Staley will be joining us via Zoom for the council meetings tonight. Item 1, approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion we approve the agenda for the workshop meeting for February 10th, 2021.
Thank you. I have a second.
Councilman Bundy, second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2, review of the Ironman event. Kevin Lewis. Where'd you get that beard?
Or a bald head. Just kidding.
Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but I think his mic is off.
Is his mic off?
On the other side, yeah, there you go.
Is it on now?
Oh, there we go.
It's
Okay.
on. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, now you have to start all over.
All over again. So we've sent that to the new city administrator, Jeremy, and there he is.
Have you met Jeremy yet?
Yeah. And he's worked through some of that with the attorney. Kurt's been helpful in helping push some of that through. And anyway, there's a couple of red line items on there what we want to talk through and just make sure that we're all on the same page there. But before we get into that, I thought I'd just run through a quick little presentation just to kind of update and refresh everybody on the events that are happening and the changes that have happened since 2020, the adjustment and what we've done. So if you want to, let's start with a video because that'll give us all on the right note. So do you want to play that?
There is a call, whispered on the wind. Echoing from the canyons of the storied American Southwest. Over forest, mountain, and desert. To the four corners of the earth. Come to the land of endurance. In what will be the first Ironman World Championship since 2019, 7,000 of the world's best triathletes will claim their place. On a course 2 billion years in the making. It is the largest, most globally recognized sporting event to ever happen in this area. It will bring world-class athletes from 110 countries in all 50 states. It will infuse $25 million into the local economy. In a land sculpted by persistence and determination, the breath of the desert is beckoning. Prepare yourself, your heart, your friends, and your community for a display of human performance measured in geologic scale. The Ironman 70.3 World Championship, here in the land of endurance.
So that's our theme. We worked on that, came up with this whole land of endurance concept. And
Kevin.
yeah,
Who is the male voice there?
so we hired that out. We
Oh,
wanted,
Sam Shepard, was it?
it's not Sam, no, but we are Elliot.
Sam Elliott.
Yeah, Sam Elliott. That's the idea we wanted, is somebody that had that kind of a voice, but a little more refined, because we're not quite, we had some audition for it that were a little rustic, a little too more Texas twang, too much of that. But anyway, yeah, we went after that to kind of showcase the land that we have here and all of that to all the athletes. And so this is an adapted version that's more of a community central version of that video. But we have a version that's directed specifically to athletes and what their journey is to come here. And it uses the same kind of theme. So that's where we'll be playing off of this land of endurance, and all the messaging and marketing will be around
Who's
that.
the voice?
His name is Clint, and I can't think of his last name, but someone that we just, we auditioned several voices, and he's not. Yeah. That's the beauty of online stuff. You can throw it out to the world. Anyway, good stuff, huh? Kind of gives you a feel of what this is about, and I thought that's a good reminder. If we want to work through the presentation now, the next slide. So with COVID, we tweaked everything and just pushed our 5-year agreement forward 1 year. But that meant shuffling the dates a little bit. So we'll have 2 Ironman North American Championship races, one in 2022 and one in 2024. So that's the full distance event. And then 3 Ironman 70.3 North American Championship races, 21 in May, 23 and 25. So every other year we rotate from the 70.3 to the full distance race. And then we get the bonus race this year of the World Championship in September of 2021. So 7 total races. There are 2 separate agreements that we entered into. One for the 5 races for the next 5 years, the annual race, and then one for the World Championship event. And those are the exhibits that are attached to the interlocal agreement that we're working through. Next slide, just to give you a little bit of, a little more of the dates. May 1st this year and September 17th and 18th for the World Championship. The World Championship's 2 races, the women's race on Friday and the men's race on Saturday. And the school district has agreed to close schools that day so we can keep people off the roads and get kids involved as volunteers and all of that. That's going to be really helpful and needful for that championship event. But it'll also impact the other businesses too, and that's one of the important things we need to continue to message and help people understand that it will be a Friday race that in September. Next slide shows a little bit more on the details. So this race, the 70.3 World Championship, rotates around the world. It was in Nice, France in 19. It was supposed to be in New Zealand in 20, and New Zealand shut their borders down and wouldn't let anybody in. So they just postponed that one. And actually the way it worked out is New Zealand will be 22. So they've just leapfrogged our race. And then you can see some of the other places it's been, the Sunshine Coast of Australia and South Africa and Austria, puts us in pretty good company there to have this caliber of a race. Next slide talks about impacts, I think. So in Nice, they had 110 different countries and 5,700 athletes that were there, about 15,000 family and friends, and about 25 million in economic impact. We're really, to be honest, not certain what'll happen in, a coming out of COVID year. It is definitely going to be a different year. I suspect, hope we'll get between 5,000 and 6,000 athletes. I think we'd be pretty happy with that coming out, just because of the travel restrictions globally and all of that. But we're hoping that by the fall that they'll be much more open to travel. The international folks will get a big contingency from the U.S. for sure. All the arrangements are being put in place. We had the Ironman World Championship team here 2 weeks ago working through venues, and they'll be back again in March to solidify things. So everything's being put into place for a successful race. And I think the plan, the way I'm kind of phrasing it is we'll use May as our test event, make sure that we can pull it off. And Ironman has had successful races in other venues this year. Even through COVID, they've been able to have some races. They canceled a whole bunch of them, but they have had some that have been successful, and they've got protocols in place to do that, to keep socially distanced and everything. A little different type of an event, though. In May, it'll probably be much less crowd friendly and spectator friendly. But I think if we're smart, we get a successful race pulled off, and then everybody knows, yeah, this can happen, and they'll be familiar with it here. That race is already sold out, so we do have a lot of people wanting to get out and race. And that's the other thing I think you'll find is the athletes are ready to do this. It's just travel restrictions that will keep them back. They really want to compete again. Next slide, just a couple more here. This a little hard to see. Let's go to the next one. I think it's a little easier to read. Next slide that shows the bike route. And there's still a few tweaks to this being made in the hurricane area. So with SR7, that's changed the route a bit, and we've got to find a little more distance. That road is going to be beautiful. They're pretty stoked about going around the lake and on that new SR7 highway, but we need to pick up some ground. And so a couple of those little out and backs that you see out there are still being negotiated, whether that's going to work with their public works and some development that's going on there. In Washington, with the new Washington Parkway section, they just fell in love with that. A beautiful, smooth section of road that is gorgeous. When you ride up there, it's going to be just spectacular, that mountain backdrop. And so instead of coming down Buena Vista Boulevard, they'll go up the new section of the Parkway and then come down Green Spring Drive. And that makes a really nice route. If you go to the next slide, I've got it zoomed in a little bit better in that section. So they'll come down Telegraph off of SR9, turn onto Washington Parkway and go up over the freeway, and then take the new section of Parkway up to the top of Green Springs Drive, back down to was it Red Hills Parkway at that turn, and then make the junction and go over Red Hills Parkway. So next slide. This is the timeline that will impact Washington City. So essentially from 8 to about noon is when they'll be coming, they'll turn off of SR9 around 8 o'clock, and the last rider will be off onto Red Hills Parkway by about noon. So you see the time frame there. I think the Ironman folks have been working with the police chief and others to coordinate, the detour routes and all of that. And I think they've got that pretty well ironed out. So there's accessibility for just about everybody. There's a couple places there that are pretty, great. So the development has made this much trickier than it used to be in the past, but I think they've got that worked out. The next slide. Again, just kind of a summary, Land of Endurance and Rise to It. We're pretty excited about the messaging that's going out there to celebrate the area and what we have, the imagery that will go out. The Ironman teams are just stoked. In fact, Diana, who is their Senior Vice President of Global World Championships, said in the last call that I was on with her, she was talking about the visit out here, and she said she's never been to a more friendly community. And I think that speaks volumes for what we have here. Everywhere they were met with just, what can we do to make this work? And they feel really, really grateful for that, especially coming off of a year that's been really, really tough for their organization with all the cancellations and changes. And they're just glad to be working with us. And so we've got, I think, things pretty well dialed in on the interlocal. It's essentially the same as it was before, in the last 10 years, with just updates on dates and, the adjustments with the World Championships. So any questions or anything that you guys have? Jeremy, anything we should talk through? Yeah, I think it was.
I was just a comment and a question, I guess.
Yeah.
I talked to a couple of our department heads just to see how things went in the past, and they said no issues really particularly that they were concerned about, and that's good.
That's good.
But the question I have is these international things. I would think a man in your position ought to have the opportunity to go to some of those.
Yeah.
So you get the feel, right?
Yeah. So I did actually go to Nice to check that out, and was supposed to go to New Zealand this year to be a part of it, but that one got pulled from under the rug. So
I'm for you going.
Thank you, Roger. And the Nice event was really eye-opening to me. I've tried to share this as I go around, meeting with the community. I mean, we do this really well, and Ironman understands that, but the World Championship is a different level. They'll bring in a whole lot more sponsors, VIPs, all of that. And then the pro athletes, of course, bring their contingencies. And then every athlete that comes to that World Championship has qualified for it. They're planning and they're bringing their families and things with them. So I want us to, certainly be proud of what we've done in the past, but not rest on that, and notch that up a level, which I know we can do. This community, like they've already seen, the Ironman team has already seen, knows how to do that. So I just kind of remind people of that we get a one chance at a world championship. We'll make the best of it, and then celebrate it for years to come.
Kevin, I just wanted to share my appreciation for what you do. Having been involved in this a little bit, it's amazing to me the scope, the depth of all the accommodations that you need to make, the plans and all that. And it was interesting. I actually ran into you at the Children's Museum today when you was with the Ironman contingency, and I didn't interrupt that, but I did notice them in you. And we were at a board meeting there. So anyway, I appreciate that and what you do. What can we as a city help to make this a memorable, wonderful? How can we help you?
I think the city has done a fantastic job in the past in just making it easy to do the logistics and just kind of working through it. And so just, continuing on that road. I think what I would love to see is that the entire city embraces it and we showcase Washington City when the athletes are coming through. And I know we've talked about the breakfast again and location for that. I think we could work with Ironman and maybe create even a special section there as they're coming through that ride where we, whether it's putting up an archway or narrowing that space down where the athletes come through and the crowds can just line that section there. Some things like that just where we just communicate to the citizens, this is once in a lifetime to have these folks here and come on down and be a part of it. And then let's celebrate Washington City in the midst of that. And we'll showcase our communities. They do a Facebook Live video, so it streams throughout the entire world. And so those cameras coming through and stuff, whatever we can do to showcase Washington, I think is what we want to do. We want to just make sure that it gets highlighted for what it is.
I think our intent this year is to be right at the end of Main Street,
Up on the top there.
right at the very top. I think we could put a really nice arch right there somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So I'll work with Dave Reed and Paul Huddle, the Ironman team, and see if we can create some sort of a special recognition area there where it does, maybe it narrows down a little bit. And so all the athletes come through this tunnel type of an effect, maybe through an arch that welcomes them. Does the city have some of that kind of blow up stuff that you could add to the course there? Or
We can sure find out.
I know with all the celebrations in the community center and stuff, there might be some things that we could create kind of a nice environment for them.
We have the finish line for the marathon that we just had up last week. But
Mm-hmm.
I wondered, Kevin, where this is being streamed to our entire population. I wondered if there was some conversation that you had with Principal Staley about some of the events, just to help maybe parents know what's coming so they can plan accordingly.
Yeah. So with the school district, we're working with Superintendent Bergeson, and Burke Staley is on our local organizing committee, has worked with Kurt a bit too, but some fantastic ideas going there about getting the children involved at some level. And work, as you know, is that, give him an open door and watch out, and so we'll start to see those things come together. But he's got some incredible ideas that we'll see how they play out. That's what we want to do, is just, have the school kids. And I know one of the things he's talked about is like trying to find specific athletes for each school to root for. Maybe it's countries that they root for or whatever. And so they get their flags and they get their paraphernalia or whatever and cheer them on as they come through. Maybe sending different schools to different sections of the course so that throughout the entire, 70 miles of it, they're greeted by, our community wherever they are. So some really good ideas. And I'm excited to have Bert and, Councilman Ivy involved on those committees. And any of you are welcome to jump in as well, as we get rolling. But, all of this stuff has been so interesting this year. We feel like we're way behind schedule, but everything just got, shifted with the pandemic and trying to adjust it. But I think we've ramped up now, and things will just be rolling out just consistently. Okay. Well, okay. Well, I appreciate that, and we'll just work through the fine tuning of that interlocal agreement. I think we got it all dialed in. If it's just a couple of T's to dot and I's to cross or something like that.
Thanks, Kevin,
Yeah.
very much.
Thank you all.
See you on the court.
Thank you, Kim.
All right, we'll move on to item 3, discussion regarding community redevelopment areas. CRA Economic Development Director Matt Lynn.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Appreciate the time that we will take here just to kind of go through the, how do I say, nuts and bolts of CRA and what that looks like. In my previous city, I've had an opportunity to work on about 4 of these. In essence, they are a tool that cities are allowed to use here in Utah and other states throughout the country to either attract or redevelop various locations within the city. We are looking at particularly exit 13, and also we're looking at the possibility of the annexed property by the airport that we annexed about 18 months ago to be considered as CRA locations, possible CRA locations. We are fortunate to have Senior Vice President Ben Becker from Zions Public Financing that will probably take all of it, majority of the training. He knows a heck of a lot more than I do, which says a lot because I don't know nothing. Anyway, but he's going to go through a slide presentation that we've got queued up from our IT group. Prior to that, just to let you know, a lot of this is on a partnership with our entities, taxing entities, school district, the county. Being, how do I say, somewhat experienced in my previous city, we thought, myself, the mayor, thought that the sooner we can get them on board, as far as at least let them know what we're thinking, the better off we would be. So just to let you know, we've done the 10,000 foot level conversation with the school district as well as with the county commissioners. And because they understand this tool, it's been pretty well, I think, well accepted. I think some of the things that we'll talk through tonight, as well as in the future, as we get closer to what these agreements look like and how we'll treat the various areas, it'll get, again, delves into details. We'll make sure that we can get those things covered and addressed as we roll through. Specifically, you got the auto mall section. You got the commercial section on the opposite side of the parkway. That's about an 80-acre parcel. You have the hospital that, just by information purposes, they're in the final approvals with CITLA. They will present their project on the 18th, which is next week, for CITLA's final approval on the land deal. And then from what I was told after that, it's pretty much green light. So it looks really promising for us to get a hospital here in our community. Nothing against it, but that is not IHC. So it's a little bit of competition, which is good, I think. It's always good. And then Benji has a case model as part of the training that you can take a look at on the commercial center of the WW Clyde project that we'll use as a scenario, as an example, to kind of work through things. And if you have questions on how something would look like, how it would be addressed, how it would function, that can be one of those cases that we can kind of review at the tail end of his presentation. So I will turn the mic over to Benj, and he'll take it from here.
Thank you, Matt.
Well, thank you very much. It's good to be with you. And certainly see this as a discussion as opposed to a presentation. So whatever questions you have during this, let's make sure you feel like your questions are answered. So CRA, first of all, the acronym you've probably heard in the past: EDAs, CDAs, RDAs. Now the acronym, just to remember, is CRA. The legislature changes the acronym every couple of years just to provide for paperwork, I think. But really, they're the same tool. It's all about economic development and creating a structure that allows to capture growth in a certain area and to have that growth that's captured be put back into that area. So let's just the first slide, we go to the next slide. This is the most words we have on a slide, so just bear with me here, but this is really the nitty gritty of the CRAs, these community reinvestment areas. It's part of Title 17C. These are political subdivisions of the state created by the legislative body of a county or municipality, so you, for the purpose of stimulating new development and redevelopment. The governing body of the CRA is the legislative body that created the CRA. So essentially the city council acts in a separate entity as what we call the redevelopment agency. The CRA is authorized to create project areas and use property tax increment. And I'll talk about property tax increment here in just a minute. We call that, you'll hear that labeled as TIF, from a project area to help pay for a variety of things. There's a fair amount of flexibility with it. It can be for infrastructure improvements, land acquisition, affordable housing, or other development projects. And this CRA negotiates the amount of tax increment through interlocal agreements with each taxing entity. So it's an interlocal agreement with the redevelopment agency, which is, again, you, the city council, and the taxing entities, whether that's the county, the school district, some areas it's water districts, sewer districts, things like that. So let's talk about a little bit why and some examples. Let's go to the next slide. So a key provision for community reinvestment areas is that they have to pass what's called the but-for argument, meaning that this development would not occur but for some level of incentives. So if you look at the picture there on the right, is maybe what the market would build without any incentives. This is what a developer could get a normal rate of return in the market right now. And you'd have a fairly good quality development that might meet some of the needs of your city. Whereas on the left-hand side, that project might create greater fiscal impacts to you as a city, might better serve the needs of the citizens. It might have increase in taxable sales. It'd have an increase in assessed values of property taxes. But that might not be feasible. The amount of planning that's required with that, the landscaping, covered parking, may not be feasible in the market because the returns are not there. So the property there on the left, that would be under a CRA, something that could receive incentives as you showed that this development would not occur but for some level of incentive. We go on to the next one. Maybe sometimes in your community, you're looking at, we want better quality housing. It doesn't necessarily have to be high density. It can be single family housing. And on the left, you're looking at something that has maybe some more architectural appeal or a mixed use property, but developers ultimately promote something or something more on the right that gets the returns that they need, but maybe for you, it doesn't quite fit the vision that you have for your community. On to the next slide. We see this a lot with shopping malls and mixed use areas where cities really want a vibrant downtown. They want something that moves people and it creates an experience. And ultimately a developer ends up saying, well, what the market will support is something a little bit more on the right. Nothing against a laundromat, but just more of that strip retail. Where on the left there, that may require some level of incentives to get that middle courtyard area, to get some of the landscaping elements or the design aspects. That may require some type of financial incentives, and that's what this CRA tool helps do. Go to the next slide. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go for it. You interrupt me because I talk too much. Okay, yeah, just a slide more too, just the same thing. And here we can skip past this. Oftentimes you get that on the right, or maybe you want that on the left. Go ahead, next slide. This is the nuts and bolts of how the tax increment works. I don't know if you want to do a question now, or this kind of says what tax increment is. Do you want?
You just made the statement that it has to pass the but-for test. Where does that happen in the process? When is there a legal document that has to state that, or if you can maybe just talk?
Sure. So you don't have to pass any but-for test in the creation of a CRA. So the creation of a CRA is identifying an area that you want to see new development and you want to see or either redevelopment. But when you start to give that increment to developers or to developments, then it has to pass that but for example. And there is, there's a lot of latitude, or a lot of, I don't know if flexibility is the right word, in the law, where it's been defined all over the state. What is exactly but for? What is proven? What is not proven? But in order to not have the ire of the state auditor, it needs to be able to show through documentation that you've provided incentives, not just to make a developer's return even that much better than what it would have been, but you've made a developer's return to the level where it can actually occur in the market. So we can show you later the specific kind of documentation each level of that process. If you look here, this is the nuts and bolts of how the financing works for a CRA. So let's just take an example here of, we can take the example we're looking at of this area in Washington, and we take the base taxable value. That's what's being taxed right now. And with vacant property, it's typically pretty minimal. So right now, the base taxable value of that area, let's say it might be $1 million. So each of the taxing entities are getting their percentage of taxes from that. That's what we call the base taxable value. If a CRA is created, that base taxable value is frozen for typically a period of maybe 20 years. So that's the blue line there at the bottom saying taxing entities base value. So whatever the school district and the county and the city are getting right now from the property, they will continue to get that in perpetuity. Then, once the CRA period starts, any new growth that comes into that area, and that's what you can see there in the red and the gray before that yellow line. Any new growth is then split with the taxing entities and the redevelopment agency. Again, that's you, the city council, to be used for projects in that affected, or in that designated area. So this is where interlocal agreements with the taxing entities, where you say, all right, any new growth, we're going to take, of the 100% of that new growth over that base taxable value, we're going to take 75% of it for the RDA, so we can do projects in this area. And then 25% is going to continue just to flow to you as the taxing entities. So the 100,000 base taxable value, you'll keep getting your monies from that. Let's say we have 100,000 in new growth. You're going to get taxes from 25,000 of that for the next 20 years. The 75,000 that's now coming to us as a redevelopment agency, we're able to put that back into the area in terms of infrastructure or compensating, for development. Then at the end of the 20 years, we can see the yellow dotted line there. That base taxable value still stays the same. All of that money then flows to the taxing entities, just as if there was no area ever created. So really the goal here is to say, if we didn't do any incentives in this area, it'd probably remain as tumbleweeds and it would remain vacant and low property values. But if we're allowed to take the money that we think can be built in this area and put in roads and better infrastructure and incentivize development, we think we can significantly increase the values in this area. Does that create a lot more questions, or is that? It's a tool that is used all throughout the state. It's been used for, the last look I saw was multiple billions of dollars in raised funds. Lots of cities are using it. Again, unfortunately, a lot of residents will feel like this is just a way to make rich developers richer. It's absolutely not. This is a way to make cities realize the visions that they have for their city, and it's to make projects that normally would not pencil.
You can have value coming in from inside the area. You can have value coming in from developments that are already there. You can have value still coming in at a percentage of what is withheld, and then the rest of it gets deferred for the length of the term, 25 years. And I gather that there's some flexibility in those numbers. You're using 20 years and 75% as examples of typical.
Total examples. They could be, we've seen, these for, usually not much less than 10 years, because you want to have some sort of period where that development gets built up and there's value created, so that returns it back to the agency. Typically not much longer than 25 years. There can be flexibility. The school district might decide that they only want to participate for 50% over 20 years or for 10 years. Whereas the city wants to participate at 75 or 80 or 90% over a 20-year period. The county, there's great flexibility with that. Not everyone has to participate for the same amount of time, but that has to be set from the beginning, that how long the CRA will operate. And then the interlocal agreements will determine if the taxing entities are participating for that whole period or a portion of that period and what percentage.
So where are we with the other taxing entities? Have they gotten the presentation? Are they kind of on board? Is this something new for them, or?
So the other taxing entities have participated in these all throughout St. George and through Washington County. So they're very familiar with what the CRA is. They've used them for years, past, when they were under different acronyms, EDAs, CDAs. So they're very familiar with the process. This one would be specifically the details of this. I know that Matt has certainly talked to the taxing entities about the idea of this being a project area, what could be generated here, what you're hoping to gain is a city from a vision perspective. But really what it takes is your understanding of it, your desire to move forward with it, and then making sure those taxing entities share the same vision and are on board. So yeah, they are aware of the tool.
Benji, did you have input, or did you deal with Farmington Station at all? Up in Farmington?
I actually live right next to right
Did
by
you?
Farmington Station, and
That was a CRA project, correct?
Yep, that was. And that, those can be established in very unique ways. That was a development agreement with the developer where the city said, listen, once you have spent $80 million on construction in the area, and you have fulfilled this promise that you have made to build up this great area, once you've hit that $80 million target, then we'll start letting increment flow to you as a developer to reimburse you up to a cap. I think the cap was 25 million to reimburse for some of those projects. So it was like a performance type agreement that you do X and then we'll provide some of the offset for that.
So I forget your name. I'm sorry.
It's Benj or Benjamin. You can call me anything.
And I appreciate you being here tonight. So the primary purpose is for community development. And I understand more about the residential side of it, low, moderate income, multifamily developments, and those opportunities. Mr. Liu mentioned some CRA potential sites in Washington. Would you talk to those more specifically to give us an idea of how that would apply to our city and maybe our needs, and if there's any other areas, Mr. Liu, that you might want to mention before we're done? I would appreciate that too.
Absolutely. In fact, if we move on to the next slide, we have a couple of an example or two at the end of specific to Washington. Just a couple of key points for you. I mean, these no new taxes. This is not an increase of a tax rate or a new taxing entity, taxing district for residents of the area or outside of the area. So just as city officials, that's a key point. It's really intended to encourage appropriate development. It's not intended to enhance developer profits and to complement existing planning and visioning efforts. And again, it's a widely used tool. We can go on to the next slide. It should be noted that CRAs work well with other economic development tools. And anytime you can stack multiple tools on top of each other, you just make your area that much more competitive or more desirable than, say, competitive sites that you're trying to attract business from. So there are other economic development tools, but we won't go into them at this point. But I know that this is one of many. Keep going. Next slide. Just a couple of examples. This is downtown Salt Lake. This is across from what I know is the Delta Center. It's changed names like 6 times, I think, since. But what was proposed there, what the developer could do was 4- and 5-story apartments. But the city wanted to see something more grandiose, and ultimately they provided some funding to allow for below-grade parking, which then allowed the developer to go more vertical and get some 10- and 12-story buildings, some hotels, ultimately going to add an office if anyone ever returns to office space. We go to the next slide. You've probably heard of Facebook and Eagle Mountain. Sometimes these are in urban areas, sometimes these are in very more rural areas. This is a huge facility that's going to bring in significant tax dollars, and they incentivized this specific user to come. Go ahead to the next one. Very common in areas of redevelopment where you've got almost blighted areas where you're looking to provide some incentive for property owners to be able to take what are low property values and less desirable uses, they might be higher in crime, and restore those. We can go to the next one. We can skip this one too, go to the next one. This is downtown Bountiful. This was a shopping area that was pretty much run down, and the CRA allowed for better, sidewalks, street lighting, landscaping, and to help reimburse for some of these facades and architectural improvements that the developer couldn't make based off of market conditions. And now it's a quite nice downtown, thrives pretty well. Go to the next slide. So just in steps for a CRA to make sure that we know where we're at in the process and what needs to be done, really is this first circle of determining the need and the vision and work with the taxing entities to share the vision. Some people like to approach the taxing entities at the end of a process. My personal approach is really, I think you need to have those taxing entities on board. And because the school district is such a significant portion of the taxes, they need to feel like they are partners in this and that their concerns are expressed and addressed from the very beginning. Then the next step is adopting a resolution to designate a project area. And that's something that is done by the redevelopment agency, which is you, the city council. At the end of a city council meeting, you wrap the gavel and the city council meeting ends and the RDA meeting starts. And you can adopt a resolution to designate a project area. It's essentially taking a map and saying, these are the boundaries of an area that we think makes sense. From that, you'll see in that top bubble is prepare a project area plan and budget. That is a state requirement. That the plan is essentially it ends up being about a 15, 20-page document of your goals for the area, what's existing in the area, what you think could be created in the area, what type of tax revenue you think you'd see from that. That's part of the plan, and that goes hand in hand with the budget. The budget's a very interactive spreadsheet that allows you to say, okay, if we get participation from the taxing entities at these levels, what will this create for us? At kind of at the same time with that, you're continuing this vision with the taxing entities, and you begin to create those interlocal agreements that lay out the participation percentage and the length of the term. And the taxing entities also might say, we agree with this area, but we're going to cap our participation at $10 million. Once we get to the $10 million, we're out. Or we want to make sure that X percentage of our taxes that would go to us normally are going to go towards public infrastructure, or maybe it's some level of affordable housing, or they may have their parameters and you help craft that with them. And then after that is beginning agreements for development. So let's go to the next slide and talk about a potential here in Washington City. So the but-for Washington City. Now, we're going to look at an area that if the market were just to allow it to naturally occur, you may get something like this on the right-hand side, which there's nothing necessarily wrong with this, but this is a typical development that has decent-sized lots and there's a fair amount of green space. A lot of people would love to live in a place like this. You get homes here on the left that you see all throughout your neighborhoods. And these are great. These do not necessarily right now require incentives unless there's significant infrastructure roadway costs to get there. So if we were to look at, say, a plot of land that could either accommodate this or maybe something else that's proposed, let's go to the next slide. This you have seen, this site plan for, this is the W.W. Clyde proposed project there on the opposite side of the highway as us. And you can see that there's been significant thought here in land planning. There's been some consideration for trails, for parks and open space, and for really a very livable experience where you're drawn to this area. And so the key is to understand, well, what would be the tax generation from the first scenario, what would be the tax generation from this scenario? And not only the tax generation, but we also like to show cities what would be the total fiscal impacts to you in terms of expenses, other revenues, beyond just property taxes. So let's go to the next slide. And you can see this is the type of but-for developments being proposed there. That you're getting a little bit different of architectural style. You're getting a greater variety maybe of homes. Some elements that ultimately are not financially sustainable without some level of incentive. We're not financially sustainable, but financially feasible unless there is some level of incentive. We go to the next one. So here's an example. Here's this example here. If we take a market scenario and do about 3 units to the acre of what could be built in this area, you're looking at your current property taxes there because that area just happens to be Sitla lands. If you look at the potential property taxes over a 20-year period, again, this is just taking what we think would be market values for a good quality product that sells all throughout Washington County, and look at those potential property taxes totaled over 20 years to the city. This is just to the city. This is looking at obviously the 55% assessment in Utah, and here we've assumed that they're all primary residences, where I recognize you get some that would be secondary residences. And you see fiscal benefits to the city here. So you see potential property taxes of 18 million. And then fiscal benefits to the city, this is, this is 18 million for all the taxing entities. And then 3.5 million takes the city's total taxes that they'd receive from this, plus things like sales tax, because you're getting sales tax now from your residences as they make their online purchases. You're getting population distribution from the state because of your, you're adding residences. You're also offsetting that. You're getting municipal energy fees. You're getting Class B and C road funds. You're offsetting that by some of your increased calls or costs for fire and for police. So this is what we've looked at here to say you can have some fiscal benefits of this of 3.5 million. The market with incentives, that would be showing this more dynamic project that would require incentives that could come from the CRA. So you can see the difference in property taxes over 20 years because it's greater density. It also includes a hotel resort component. They're looking at more of a rental scenario. They're looking at more kind of second home type buyers. You can see the difference there in property taxes and fiscal benefits. If we move on to the next slide. Sorry, these are boring looking slides. I should spice them up a little bit here. If you look at specific to the taxing entities, Washington County and Washington School District, really your 2 main entities besides yourself. If you look at that market scenario, that 3 units an acre, over 20 years, you're looking at Washington County receiving about 1.6 million and the school district about 12.5. If you look in the scenario where they would, provide incentives to a much greater intensity development, you're looking at 10 there and 71 million. So this becomes to be the not the argument, but essentially the conversation with the taxing entities to say, we can let the market take its course, and this is the taxes that we think you'll receive. If we provide some incentives to get over those barriers of what is not feasible, then we think these are the taxes that could be received that you could participate in, over this 20-year period, and then particularly at the end of the 20 years. One key consideration for CRAs is that all of the money that is generated in the area needs to be spent in the area. There's a little bit of flexibility that, hey, roads that lead into the area or infrastructure that leads into the area can have a little bit more expanse beyond the area. But one requirement of a CRA is that 10% of the money that is generated of the new tax increment, as long as it's more than $100,000 per year, has to go into an affordable housing fund. And you can either use that within your city or you can send it back to the state, to the Olene Walker Fund. But if you're generating more than $100,000 a year in increment, 10,000 of that needs to go into a housing fund. So you can see in these 2 scenarios in that bottom box, you have between 1.2 or 5 million between these 2 different scenarios. Now you can use that affordable housing anywhere within the city. That doesn't have to be just within the project area. That can be used anywhere in the city, and there's a great amount of flexibility with how you ultimately end up using that and what is deemed as affordable and attainable housing. We can go on to the next slide. Just the sort of the last consideration here is that when you've decided to move forward with a CRA and you feel the interlocal agreements have been signed with the taxing entities, then there's the work of the RDA to make sure that the development agreements that are going to be using this increment, that you fully understand them and that they're showing that gap in their pro forma.
So this is really where the but for gets proved, and where a developer would say, all right, here's what I want to build, but we're only getting an 18% return on this, and our investors require a 22% return. And you know from the market, because we'll be there to help you, or Matt will be there to help you, that actually it's really a 20% return maybe. And the difference between 18 and 20% might be $300,000 or $500,000. And it's identifying that gap of what really needs to be bridged in order to make this development feasible. Again, just to make it feasible, it's not to enrich those profits, because it may not be built at the 18% return because the investors wouldn't move forward with that. So making sure in the development agreements you clearly understand that gap. And then is the proposed use the highest and best use of the land? And highest and best use has so many different definitions. There's a highest and best use to the developer, which is what creates the greatest return to the land. There's a highest and best use to you as a city as to what creates the greatest fiscal impacts. And then there's a highest and best use to the community as to what creates the greatest increase in quality of life, or access to services. So making sure you understand those components. And that's really looking at these total impacts to Washington. It's not just property taxes, but it's sales taxes and municipal energy, and then again those community impacts. That's way too much of me talking. More questions.
Yeah, can I jump in with a question here? A couple. So you're talking about the money that is actually earned through the development in that area has to be spent in that area. So one, how are we defining money? Is that the difference between what the projection was and ends up being, or what exactly is that money that you're considering made in?
It's from what is the current property value to then what is the ultimate assessed value. So whatever that difference is, the current property value is $1 million and the assessed value will be $5 million. $4 million could be available for increment. So you're saying this project in itself is going to create $4 million in increment, but we've agreed with the taxing entities on an 80-20 split. So really only say $3 million of that is going to be going of that value is going to be taxable for us to be able to use within the area. Does that make sense? So you can see.
I'm trying to parse out that sentence. That value is going. Can you say that last sentence again?
Yeah. So let's say, so again, that was $1 million of base taxable value. That you don't get to touch. That still goes to, some of it's coming to the city already, right? Of the remaining $4 million, so we thought it was a $5 million value, that $4 million, then that is new taxable value, that's that new growth. And if you split that with the taxing entities, so let's say you've split it so that coming off of that $4 million is $400,000 in taxes. Okay, so $400,000 in new taxes, and you've split that with the taxing entities 80-20. So let's say you're getting 300,000 of that to you as an agency, and the other 100,000 is going just directly to the taxing entities. That's that split. You can use that 300,000 anywhere within the area. Does that muddle things more?
Well, I think so. So you're talking about those values. Is that at the end of the 20 years? Maybe that's where I'm.
So each year there's a new assessed value. Okay. So you might have at the beginning of the project, of a project area, you might have it's generating $50,000. But in year 15, because all this new developments occurred, and the hospital spurred new development, and car dealerships spurred new development, what it might be, you might be getting $500,000 a year. So you'd have different amounts each year. But what a lot of communities will do when they will take and bond off of those that income stream from the CRA. So then they can do significant infrastructure projects up front, as opposed to just using that money for maybe reimbursing development. That's an option that you have. Sorry, that probably got up another man.
No, that was perfect. So then give me an examples of spending that in the project. Like what would we probably be looking at, or what are we, maybe Matt even has some ideas of where he thinks that ought to be spent.
Infrastructure, road costs, utilities, parks. It could be for acquiring land. If the city feels like there's a key piece that you want to be developed and then ultimately sell back off to a developer. It could be for, a developer says, all right, we can't make this pencil. And you can say, all right, well, we can provide over a 20-year period a total of $400,000. It's going to come to you at $40,000 a year for 10 years. That's how we'd reimburse you. And then a project pencils. Or we want you to have covered parking or below grade parking. We want you to have this type of design element. And we're willing, because we recognize what this will provide for the area, to reimburse you at these rates.
And if those are wanted up front, you would typically bond off the projected future.
You'd bond typically for like big infrastructure projects.
And I'm guessing that's the way it's mostly done.
So you may have covered this and I just didn't grasp it, but so when does the landowner, the developer, at what point do they get involved? Is that from the onset before we create the areas at that time, or do we create the areas and then, they acquire the land knowing that that's the area that they're in?
Good question. As part of the creation of a CRA, there is a public noticing process, and anyone who is affected by the boundaries, who has property within the boundaries, is noticed that they can view the budget and the project area plan just to understand what the potential is of the area.
But similar to a zone.
Sure.
What's been brought in, and they know when they acquire land that they're in that zone. Okay.
So they'll be aware of it, but then as they go out throughout the process, if they decide that here's what I'm going to build, they'll come to you with a project, and you can decide if it's worth increment or providing some sort of financing measures or not.
And that's a good clarifying point, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but just because they are building within the area does not mean you need to.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
And you would select that on a per project basis.
Yep.
And negotiate that. And that would be, but then the complicated part for me is, how is that decided amongst the taxing entities? So does that come back because we're initiating that? That comes back to the city to get approval for those?
That all comes back to you. So when the taxing entities say, here's our interlocal agreement, we agree to give you 75% of these taxes over the next 20 years, then you as the taxing authority for the area, for you as the redevelopment agency, then you have the ability to do what you think is appropriate based on the vision and the shared vision with these taxing entities to do with that money. And yes, you're right. Many developments will not need increment. And you'll have to weigh them and say, all right, this one's going to provide this much increase in value. So we know with this much increase in value, it's going to create this much in new taxes. So we can't give them more than what they want because they're not providing that value unless you think there are some other secondary benefits of maybe it's affordable housing or housing for school teachers, something like that. But anyways, you'll be able to value those and say, what are the true impacts to the community as to how much we give for each of these projects.
And that would be typically done, that would typically be done, like you kind of said, next to the Delta Center. The council would maybe tip their cards a little bit and say that, hey, we were kind of looking for something more like this, and have your economic development director go out and kind of beat the bush and see if you couldn't find something like that to possibly proactively bring that.
Yep. Like for example, if you're able to go out and bring in a car dealership, thank you, a car dealership that creates significant tax revenue for the city, and you're able to provide some sort of incentive to get them into your area, knowing that whatever incentive you gave them is ultimately offset by the fact that selling X number of cars creates this new sales tax revenue. I mean, you want to do things that are a net positive, obviously, that you provide X amount either up front over a 10 or 20 year period, and you see that being compensated to you via other means, whether it's sales tax. Car dealerships are a remarkable, sales tax generator, and car dealerships have been involved in many CRAs in order to, cities smartly using this tool in order to capitalize on that sales tax revenue. Anything else?
Yeah.
Proposed areas?
Oh, before you, I'm sorry. Just kind of a personal question. So Zion's public finance, John Bronson,
Yeah.
Is he still?
He is.
He's still there. Okay.
Yeah, he's kind of more 2 or 3 days a week and doing a lot of good golf.
Tell him hi from me.
He's retired. He's retired or has retired. He's more consulting.
We're still involved in meetings a little bit. He's my boss.
So retired. We talked about some other options. Some of the places that we've used it in St. George City, obviously, Fort Pierce Industrial Park on the manufacturing part of it. Also, we've used it in the downtown area. City View is the economic development or EDA or CRA.
So sorry, what was the first one?
Fort Pierce Industrial Park. So Family Dollar, Viracon, Blue Bunny, all of those companies to be attracted to our area. The EDA back in those days was the tool that we used to attract them and have them anchor there. Other areas that we looked at in St. George is the old airport, i.e. Tech Ridge, to create a new industry. So that's another EDA area, RDA area. And then the last one as of recent is the Downtown City View project that St. George City is in the process of working with several developers, which is kind of where, besides the Exit 13 and the airport annex property or annex property that we just did, like say a couple years ago, I think the downtown of Washington City, for example, 300 to 300, that could probably be extended to maybe the Parkway. If we can do this right, it takes time. The first project I was given in 2003 was to take down the Tri-Mart over there at the corner of Main Street and St. George Boulevard, where the hotel is now. So the process takes time to evolve. So there's a lot of vision, a lot of thinking through and setting things up, buying property along the way to create an area that you can offer developers to come in and do a partnership with.
Okay, so yeah, so but right now within Washington City, the area, are you fairly formalized on those areas that you're proposing, or are we still kind of working?
No, I think we're pretty close, and
You would be.
I would recommend areas in 13, Exit 13.
Okay.
So the Auto Mall section, the
So that's the north side of 15.
no, that's right by Blackberry. That's right by Blackberry. Between Black
On the
Bear,
south side of 15.
Black Bear and the RV Resort, there's 40 acres there. And then across the street on the north side, you've got about 80 acres. That's a medical village where the hospital is looking at being located, sorry. And then above the Parkway, which is the example that Ben shared with us, the commercial section or the resort section of that 570-acre parcel that WW Clyde is working on will be another consideration, as well as some future consideration for a downtown area that we can work on redeveloping.
So let me get that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and possible 5. Or no, 1, 2, 3, possible 4.
Possible, and then maybe the airport.
That's under the possible category still as well.
Yeah, currently there's 3 developers looking at that airport property and working with us on creating that automotive testing recreational vision or concept.
So Mr. Liu, thank you for facilitating this. It's very nice of Ben to come down. That was a great presentation. Mayor, I might suggest that we have a workshop that is dedicated to this. It sounds like there's still some understanding. I know myself, I know a fair amount, but there's still a lot of information out there to learn and study, and then maybe bring it back in the form of a workshop where you could maybe drill down on some of those individual areas and see what it looks like, see what we want to do.
That'd be good. We are expecting here probably the end of the week, some projected numbers from the Auto Mall developers to kind of give us at least, again, a starting point of what they're projecting as far as sales and all that fun stuff there on Exit 13. So that'll also help in our next discussion, something that's more tangible and more fits what is it that we're looking at.
What is it are you looking at as far as next step?
Next step is just making sure that we are all understanding what the tool is, and probably in the meantime working with our partners, let them know if this is something that we are going to move forward, that we want to make sure that they're involved in every step of that way, as far as discussions with the proposed developers. And I think, again, the way things are going, it's going to happen pretty quickly.
And are you looking for anything from the council tonight?
No, just an education.
I would really like to see on one of the next workshop agendas, just kind of maybe looking at all of the areas proposed, and just a little bit of an update, a little more opportunity to ask some more questions on each of those you've got seen some of the maps.
Exactly. So it pretty much reflects that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to wonder if we can get these emailed to us. This little, just so we can go through it again after hearing the discussion and kind of break it down with.
Knowing Steve, he's probably already in the process of doing it right now.
Well, I expect it in my email by the end of the meeting if it's Steve, so. we'll have
Yeah,
that.
Steve's pretty quick on that stuff. So Steve, if it's okay with you, if you could forward this presentation to the council.
Matt,
And if you can get us your contact info, that would be, you don't need to put. Well, I'll
Just
check
let
it as-
Matt can get it to us.
Yeah, Matt can get it to us.
You can Photoshop it to us or something.
so Matt, if you could just, moving forward, when you're ready to come back, just provide any ancillary needs that there might be that we could discuss too. That'd be great.
Hey, Ben, thank you so much for coming down. I appreciate it. Thanks, Matt. All right, move on to item 4, discussion of the second quarter financial update. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the reason why I'm here tonight is it's required, Utah code requires that we present quarterly financial reports to the council. And so what I provided in your packet is a summary of all the revenue and expenditures for all funds.
I'm not sure if it's picking you up.
Okay, is that better?
And
All right. And then we also provided a budget status that shows a cumulative summary of all the funds. With that, that was the bar graph. With that budget status, that is available on our website. So if you ever have questions about that or want to see any other details, you can drill into that and you can do different things with that. It's on our website, and you can, like I said, you can drill in. If you have any questions about that or want to know how to use it,
I was out on the website the other day, and it's tremendous. There's a lot of information. I felt like I needed to go back to school and get a little education on. I'm sure there's other functions in there that I'm not recognizing, but the website is truly tremendous. It has an enormous amount of information down to the, in some case, invoice level of expenditures by the city.
and you can actually go search. And so it's
Lot of
it's run by a software called OpenGov, and it's in the finance part. So if you ever have any questions on how to use that or want to know more about it, let me know and I can show you how that works. So some of the highlights from this quarter, I pointed out that those are two revenues, or the property tax and sales tax. The property tax, like I said, at the end was 2.8. Just to follow up on that, I looked at it today, and about $400,000 came in January. So we're actually on budget on that. One thing I did not include in this, I forgot all about it, was Coral Canyon's property tax, and that was budgeted at about $660,000. $61,000. That's what the budget was for Coral Canyon. And when I pulled up that as of today, it was at 732. So as far as property taxes, we're right on mark for budget. Sales tax, as I mentioned, we're over from last time at this year, 21%. The other thing was building permits. When you look at building permits from July to December, they were about 39% above, which you can see that in the financials with the finance impact fee and also the building permit. And I also put a summary in RAB tax just so you can kind of see that and the balance within there. And one area that I did point out was the community center. Through COVID, was the revenues were down a little this quarter because of COVID, and mainly it was the annual memberships and rentals that were down. And the other thing that was down that I noticed was quite significant was interest rates. And so we've seen less earned, I call it earned income interest. And like I said, that's down this year from last year. And then moving on to expenditure, some of the highlights of that is with the general fund, we're about 50% of the budget. So we're right on target for general fund. And then I also gave the enterprise funds the breakdown on that. And then I did make the 2 notations for the storm drain. If you actually pull out the capital projects and impact fees, we're that comes up to the 31%. So it falls more in line with the others. And then also on the irrigation, Main Street was, we received one bill this fiscal year for Main Street, and that wasn't budgeted. And so we need to go back and budget that in the next budget amendment for the irrigation. And then there may be one other fund that then is budgeted for.
And
So-
that was part of the Main Street project and just didn't get invoiced to the city. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
so what happens is, we thought it'd all be finished in 2020, but some of it carried over into 2021. And when we were doing the budget, we didn't realize that. And when I was going through this report, I realized, hey, we received the invoice and it just wasn't budgeted. So that's one thing we'll need to bring in an amendment.
So we're just carrying it over from last year's.
Yeah, that's really what it is. So as far as that goes, those are the highlights of this quarter. Do you have any questions about the quarterly financial report or the graphs or anything?
Can you,
Well, how far off are we from where you expected? I mean, you kind of mentioned the areas we were off there, but on a typical year, maybe that's not even fair because you weren't in the position at that time. I'm trying to get a sense of COVID effect.
So your revenues the sales tax revenue are actually increasing, but as far as everything else, I think usually from what I've seen, they're probably close to 50%. In the past, when I was talking to Kimberly, they were pretty close expenditure wise. We were right in the ballpark about the same where we are this year.
So the expenditures are 50%, but the revenues or the expenditures are normal, but the revenues are 50%.
Well, the revenues are a little higher than your sales taxes coming in higher. Your impact fees, we're seeing more permits.
So sorry, which part were you saying 50%?
Well, our expenditures are at 50% for the general fund right now. That's probably what they've been in the past. I'd have to go really look at them for sure, though.
so the one area, switching subjects, are you done? So the one area that we were downfall was the community center because of the less use, because the community pass. Do we need to supplement that with some of this additional money out of the general fund? Is that, because if we're short on funds, do we need to move some money out of the balance to cover those costs? Or it's a question for you or Jeremy, I guess. Because the excess of others. Okay, that answers it. So I just wanted to make sure we were covered on anything that because of the shortfall, the little shortfall we had in the annual pass.
And I did talk to Ben the other day, and he said in January they actually saw a pickup of there's the annual memberships and the rental fees that were really down. But he said we have seen some increase this month in January, so hopefully maybe it'll turn around and they'll fall in closer than what it showed right now. And we can monitor that next quarter, see where it's coming at. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Councilman Staley, do you have any questions if you're there? Okay. All right, thanks, Brian. Move on to item 5, adjournment.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn the workshop meeting to come back at 6 p.m. for a regular meeting.
Second.
A motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, take a 15-minute break. I know. He's okay. Yeah, he's so hard. know that you're married and stay in the same house, but I'm not so sure the governor would agree with you. So if we can encourage you to get to the 6-foot rule, we would appreciate it. Oh, you just come on. Folks, we don't mind that you sit by your sweethearts. But if you're sitting by a neighbor, we would ask that you would move yourself 6 feet. Please. We would appreciate that. It's good to see folks back into the council chambers, though. We really appreciate it. We still have that fun COVID word we're trying to eliminate out of our vocabulary, but not. So I'm trying to keep it to about 20 folks, but I'm not going to get too nervous about. Thank you. We still have a couple of minutes. You can party as long as you want for 2 minutes, and then we'll get started.
Danger.
Welcome to our city council meeting tonight. Appreciate your being here. Friday, February 10th. We are also holding this as an electronic meeting and on YouTube. If you'd like to participate and watch, it's on washingtoncity.org/meetings. Councilman Staley will be joining us via Zoom tonight, and I have asked Councilman Ivy if he will give us our invocation. And Councilman Coates, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Our Father in heaven, as we gather tonight as Washington City Council staff and citizens, we pray for thy blessings to be with us this night. We might be able to share the feelings of our heart and our minds and serve our city well. Father, we pray for our nation, for our state, for our city. We ask thy guiding hand on doing so. Thank you for all our many blessings in such a blessed area. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please rise and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of the nation under God, indivisible, with justice.
I don't know about you, Council, but it's good to hear the Pledge of Allegiance in volume. Move on to item 1, approval of the agenda. We do need to, well, I guess we'll just get to that when we table that at that point. 8C.
Do you want to do it then, or do you want to move it up?
Either way,
I will make the motion. We approve the agenda as outlined with moving item 8C up under pass number item 4, the consent agenda.
we just need to table it.
You want to table it now?
Yeah,
Okay.
aren't we just going to table it?
That's fine. I just thought we'd do it. Well, then I'll make the motion that we approve the agenda.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Councilman Staley, good to hear you. Item 2, announcements. Anything to announce from the council?
Yes, Mayor, I have something, an item from Councilwoman Daniel Larkin from St. George City Council. She asked that we announce an event. It's entitled the Pop-Up Bike, Scooter, Walk, Mobility event. It will be on March 16th. and it will take place on the Dixie State College campus on 700 East between 300 to 500 South. And it's sponsored by all the local groups and municipalities. 11:30, they'll have some food, and then 12 o'clock will be a press event for local leaders and DSU student body. And the thing that excites me is e-bikes will be available for leaders to ride for the opening of the temporary bike lane. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor, I have one item. Just kind of a recap real quick. I think a couple of us council members went down to the Farmers Feeding Utah. Just some numbers I got from a Jennifer on that. They fed 1,331 families, so 1,300 families they fed with that event. It was pretty impressive. They had over 250 volunteers. When I was down there, I was quite surprised. Like there's nowhere for me to help because there were so many people and helping, and I stood around and helped here and there and did what I could. But our youth council was with Councilman Staley, and it was quite impressive to see their operation and how they had it worked out to just load people's cars with the food in each stage. And I think it's a great organization. So I just wanted to make that aware to the council. That's an organization. I hope they keep doing it to help the families in need in the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional? Okay, we'll move on to item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Any to declare from the council?
Mayor, I have item 5A and 7A as potential conflicts.
Thank you, Councilman Bundy. Move on to item 4, consent agenda. Item 8, consideration to approve the board audit report for January 2021. Any questions on that? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda as outlined for January 2021.
Bundy, second. Ivy and Councilman Ward, second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats eye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Bailey, aye.
Thank you, Chris. Item 5A, preliminary plat, continuation of consideration to approve the preliminary plat for Desert Flower, Phase 2A, located approximately Bonnie Lane and Bella Vista Drive, applicant Stephen Holcroft.
Thank you, Mayor. This item was tabled actually several times, dating back to November 12th of 2020, City Council meetings then. The City Council asked the applicant to have items addressed that were discussed in the previous meetings, especially pointed toward trails, streetscapes, amenity design, and build out, and utility placements. And we've tabled it several times and have not received anything. So with that, Mayor, it's harsh for me to say it, but I would recommend at this time that we just deny the application at this point and let them come back at a date that they have everything that you wanted to come through the process again. But that would be my recommendation at this point.
Drew, is there the applicant online for this?
I've been looking for, and I don't think Steve is, do we have a Stephen Howcroft or James Jessup on the line?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
No, they're not here. Sorry. So many mute buttons.
Oh, I know. Thank you for at least piping in.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. Could you detail some of those items that are missing that need to be completed?
Well, let me try to zoom in again, this was 3 months ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that we talked about here, but the council had concerns in the area. I'm gonna, where my big arrows flashing. That's where we found out there's a, well, we didn't find out, we know it's there as a power easement, but the council was worried about what would be taking place in that area. They were supposed to address getting this area over here. I'm gonna get hopefully it'll, right next to unit 141 in the street, was supposed to be a 20-foot setback. They weren't putting on, there's an amenity that's over in this area that's not showing. Let's see, I think that was, and then how that trail was gonna run through, because there's a trail system that they're running over here that you approved, that preliminary plat where my arrows, moving around there, and they had a meandering trail, but this one did not. it was just, those are just a few of the, most of the items, I guess.
Thank you, Drew.
Mayor, are you ready for a vote on that?
Amen.
I'd make a motion that we table 5A consideration, excuse me, make a motion that we deny item 5A consideration to approve a preliminary plat amendment for Desert Flower Phase 2 based on that items that have been requested and have been tabled in the past and have not come forth, and the applicant is not.
Councilman Ivy will second that motion, Mayor.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Both aye.
Mundy, aye.
Stately, aye.
Thank you. Item 6, plat amendment continuation to approve a plat amendment for Iron Horse phases 2 and 3, located approximately 4155 south and 1000 east, by adding a phase line between lots 53 and 54 and creating an additional phase 3 containing 2 lots 54 and 55. Applicant Lance Shornos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we tabled last time because there wasn't a representative here, and I just asked it be tabled that we could get somebody. I hope, is Brandy in the audience tonight or Lance
Brandy,
from this application?
you can't see her raise her hand.
And I don't know, and Brandy's not online either. I don't see, because Steve usually lets me know.
He's in the audience, Drew.
Oh, okay. Then again, the question the council had was about this road not being part of and the time that it would take to get there, if you recall. And so I'm just going to bring up the pencil and then we can kind of talk about, again, the roadway not coming in and joining. And that's what we were really concerned about through here and up into Sugar Plum in the field. So is Brandy there, you said, or Lance?
Brandy.
Okay, go ahead, Brandy.
Yeah.
Randy, will you move the microphone?
I think it'll have to be turned on as well. There, it's right at the base of the microphone.
And it's since pandemic started.
Amazing.
Bear with me.
You miss it, right?
Yeah. Zoom was complicated at first. Now I'm in love. But Brandy Rocker was civil science representing the applicant tonight. Yeah, it's in a quick nutshell. I was seeing if Public Works was in attendance, but what's going on is really we're trying to resolve some drainage concerns with it, not concerns, but just design drainage issues with our neighbors. And so the contractor is actually on site building. He's got grading permit. And so in the interim, in order to let them move forward, Public Works recommended that we just kind of put the phase line in there and get approved to build the rest of it without this little very convenient connection. So the intent is, though, since the contractor is mobilized, that by the time he gets to the underground and stuff, we can have the drainage resolved and then just move through it. But just in case in a pinch that has not been resolved, and at least he's continuing to move forward.
Ms. Walker, while you're there, would you address, the council had a question about the build out of the road. Would you kind of address the timeline for that for us?
You talk about that little dog leg.
Where he's got it in red right there.
Like you said, ideally it would be right now with phase 2. But what's going on is we're Ince Homes, Sugar Plum north of us, has that detention basin that who's ever drawing, maybe it's true, circling in orange right there. So what we're trying to do is utilize that basin for those 2 lots. Those 2 lots in that section of roadway actually drain to that basin. So we're working with Troy and his team to grant permission for these guys to drain those 2 lots into it.
So it need to cross that roadway then to access the.
Well, that's our, that roadway is part of our project, but because of the drainage fallout wanting to go into Sugar Plum rather than trying to route it through that commercial piece to the city system out in the Fields Road, it just makes sense to put it through Sugar Plum. So Lance and Troy are trying to come to an agreement on how that's accomplished.
So it sounds like there's been some difficulty getting this agreement. And I think some of the concern, if that's not true, then tell me, but.
I don't know how much we want to get into it tonight. So.
Well, I think the concern, I want to tell you what the concern with the related to this project, okay, what is that we would have a road that doesn't connect. And I understand that we have the one access, I guess we have multiple access to the south, but when is that road going to get improved? And I know you say as soon as we can, maybe, But I think that concern was, are those two lots going to be able to afford to pay for all that road? And the other concern was, what if the drainage never happens?
So then we'll just go through that commercial lot. But this is the big picture in a quick nutshell. Sugar Plum right now has 11 lots that are held out. So if you were to look at a satellite view, you'll see them because Camino Real runs right through them. So the INSs would like to get out of Sugar Plum, which would require the reroute of Camino Real. There's 2 water lines in Camino Real, a 16 and a
I'm
12 inch.
not familiar with the area to
To
be
the
following along with everything she's kind of.
Pull up Google.
So in our conversations with INTS, they have 0 problems with us draining into their basin. They're all good and dandy about it. It's 2 lots. Lance has offered to have those lots pay their HOA dues. Sugar Plum has minimal dues because they have that strip you can see.
But I think, Brandy, the issue is that the city council is just concerned that in a worst case scenario that doesn't come through and everything isn't, then the phase lines only have a fairly significant portion of road that has a lot of connectivity is hinging upon those. And the developer might get into a situation where it's not economically viable to build those 2 lots and then pay for the road. So if we leave that undone at this point, we really could leave ourselves with a connectivity problem. So if you have some suggestions on how you would maybe make some guarantees there, I don't think the council is, just because of the worst case scenario, I don't think the council is going to be able to grant it to you.
So I can't make any guarantees. I mean, I can't speak for INTS. Their holdup is not with Iron Horse and this road connection. In fact, they would prefer it to, because it connects their subdivision out on the south end. So that section of Camino, those lots that are being highlighted, INTS is trying to push the city to help with Andrus's to align Camino Real. So right now, the city's doing a project in cooperation with Burgess's, Real to do the same on their side, but that's private property. So they don't have the ability to go through private properties to realign Camino Real. So those lots in Sugar Plum are held up.
And I understand.
So when we
that.
went to Troy to say, hey, Troy, can we drain 2 lots into your detention basin? Troy said, sure, as long as the city will do that for me.
But it's kind of hard because how can the city say, hey, private property owner, you got to give up your property? That's where it's
100%. Thus, there comes phase line. So now, in an effort to allow the developer of Iron Horse to move forward, he meets all the criteria for access. He meets all the criteria for utilities. The only thing he doesn't have is be able to connect 2 roads together. I get that 2 lots is a lot to sustain on that amount of roadway. But I mean, is he just dead in the water now because we don't have access through
So you told us
Andrus
there
to
was
get Camino?
you told us there was an option. Though.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, and I'm getting lost. So you say who's dead in the water?
Lance, the applicant for Iron Horse.
Okay.
Just because he can't make this road connection. So there's a third party involved that owns the commercial piece. That's not owned by our developer. That's a different owner. So we've gone to them. They're willing to give up there again, a drainage easement because they've always assumed that they would do so. So there's an NRCS line that runs down the Engel Sugar Plum Road that dissects the blue section, the dog leg to there. So we have to get underneath the NRCS line for drainage. When we put a pipe under the NRCS line, Public Works said they would not allow subsurface storage on the commercial piece, but that it had to be above ground. I'm not really sure why they're reasoning on that. So in order to put a detention basin right where they're drawing right there, it would be a huge, ginormous open pit. As you know, that owner of that piece just barely came back in and backfilled the holes so he could market and sell it. So then we'd have to go to our neighbor in yellow and say, hey, can we come back in, dig up your hole again?
Well, so again, I think the history of it is interesting, but I think the compromise I think that we had on the table last time was either to just deny it outright or to attach the build out of that road to a percentage of one of the other developments. But it seemed like, Drew, you had a concern with that. Can you remind me?
No, I really didn't have a concern as long as the road goes in. I mean, if they could build the road through there, I don't think we have any issue, doing that. That was a good solution, I felt. If they would tie the road, into Sugar Plum and into Iron Horse too around this bend. Let me get that other view as well.
So Brandy, let me ask you this. Can you include the road and like just not include those lots? But then the problem is the road still drains to the drainage basin, right? And so how do you
How do we
do
drain
you
the road?
stub the storm drain and have it not go anywhere
that
for a
would be
short
the issue,
time?
right?
Yeah,
But-
so the NRCS line, the thick dash line you're seeing there is, I think it's 36 at this location. So by the time you go underneath it, you're like 9 foot deep with the drainage
Yeah.
pipe. That's the problem. You can't interim do it. So we talked to Public Works, and maybe this is going to talk to city's legal counsel, but the city owns its public street, public right of way, the 2 inlets that you're seeing up into Sugar Plum. So maybe we just need to establish, do we have the ability to drain into those without?
So this
the
is what
HOA.
my recommendation is. And so you design a temporary detention basin on lot 5, dig a hole on your own property, dump into it, have a temporary detention basin, build your road,
It would
and
be
then
retention.
for the time being, retention. Then you set it up that you can continue to the north.
So how would you propose that?
You know how to propose that.
So that's the inlets that just got circled are the low point.
I understand that that's the low
So
point,
you would want
but
us
you
to
would
put
put
an
another
in the
inlet
city's-
in that can drain back for a temporary reason. And then when you come back to fill in that lot, you cut off that. Wish I could draw it, but
I
take
get
the
what you're
box
saying.
and stub it in, and you block it off temporarily on the backside. But then you have the connect. You just go up to the property line, and in the future, we got to make that connection.
So
Does
if
that
I-
make sense? That you block it in the box, so it automatically kicks over to the detention basin until you figure out.
So you would want us to install 2 inlets, a piece of pipe to discharge into this basin that would later have to come out and remove?
No, you would not remove the inlet boxes. You would cut off the stub that's into the temporary detention, block it off, just concrete the back of the box, and then let it.
But then how would we reverse grade it out to get it to go back into the other one?
You're
we
not
did that?
reverse grading it out. You're keeping the same grade. You're blocking. I gotta draw it.
I appreciate Councilman Coates.
But I think there's an option there to get the road design, get your temporary storm drain stub to that lot, and then in the future you'll have to come in and revamp that box, or maybe in the interim while you're figuring all this out, this gets worked out. But then you can get your final
Well,
plat
but
for these 2 lots.
But I think though that it does need to get worked out before, because I'm not sure if I'm comfortable proposing something that detailed. That probably is the solution, or maybe a portion of the solution, but I'm not sure if I'm comfortable dictating that kind of a solution from the council here.
No, it was just an option, but the
Right.
reason why I'm saying it
Okay.
is because there's very little water. If that's the high point and that you're only draining those 2 lots, it's very little water. You could build a retention pond on that and make it work for even a long-term solution if it doesn't get worked out, and then they lose a
I'm fine
lot.
with that, but I would feel more comfortable if they came back to that with us. You know what I mean?
I'm just offering a solution, but it's up to you guys.
Well, if I could just, very simply for the city does not want to have 2 roads coming, no connection. It's just that simple, and that could be a long time. I think that's what was expressed initially by Councilman Staley, is that the city just doesn't want to have 2 roads that we don't know when it'll ever be connected. It's just not good planning. And so however you figure that out, or the developer figures that out, this is an idea that Councilman Coates has, but it just needs to be figured out. Otherwise, we're approving something that we don't know when that connection is going to be made, and that's just not.
And it probably
just that
won't be a
simple.
problem, but the worst case scenario just leaves us open is our.
I also concur with Councilman Bundy. It just, our issues are different than yours. It's just that I think that we probably need to have it figured out before, and it sounds to me like there's some discussion that needs to be made. We understand your predicament, and I really appreciate Councilman Coates's desire to find a workable solution. I really do. I think that shows what good council does. But ultimately, I think it needs to be your engineers and your design when you come back and say, this is how we've addressed the issue of completing this road.
So theoretically, if we address it, we just won't be back because we don't have the baseline.
Well, so I guess we're kind of hinting that we would be willing to have you come back if it didn't work out, or if there was some issue, if there was whatever you can do to make, that's our fear. This is what we want
Trust
to
me,
avoid.
if there was a simple solution, we would have done it. So to avoid having to throw in a phase line on 2 lots. That's the issue. So we'll get together with Public Works.
Would you like us to table it or until you get it figured out with Public Works? Do you think you can have
Well-
it figured out within a couple weeks, or you want us to just deny this and then move forward?
That's kind of the thing. If you're saying we're building it, figure it out, then you can just
No,
deny it.
I'm saying you're building we would like to see the road built.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the lots, if you want to hold off those 2 lots and you have to use one of those lots for a reason, like I suggested to look at,
So the problem with doing what you're suggesting is we can't put inlets in where we need to pick up the drainage because the NRCS is in the way. So basically to put a temporary inlet in to drain it, to get both sides of that road.
okay, well,
Yeah,
well
it
then,
struggles.
yeah, I don't know all the details. You do,
Yeah.
you do, you've been through it.
We've looked at it, but
So I want to just restate, just to be clear, the council's, from my perspective, the council's concern is that if we just put the phasing line on those 2 lots, worst case scenario is if the applicant gets in a bind financially, there is not a cost justification to build that road. So we need to have that section of road attached to more than just those 2 lots in order to secure that it will for sure get built
so
in a timely manner.
here's a thought.
Okay.
How would you feel possibly doing like some sort of a bond, like improvement bond here, like for a certain time?
Keep talking, explain that to me.
So for example, because you're saying cost alone, obviously we've got a contractor on site right now, they're mowed, they're working. By the time there's already sewer through there, really it's just a little bit of water connection, and then the asphalt and curb gutter. So if we post a bond for the improvement cost, at a certain related to a year, 2 years, 3 years, you know what I mean? After meeting, we can go back and approach INS again. INS has no problem with us tapping into their basin. That's kind of.
Can I get staff to weigh in on that? Drew, is that your arena or is that Mike?
That's going to be Mike.
It's gonna be Mike, but I'd like to hear from our city manager too on that. To get the,
I haven't heard from Mike. Is he there?
He's there. I think he might be muted.
Nope, I'm here. That's a possibility of bonding for the project. But that's a 1 year. We'll bond for it for 1 year only.
I'm more concerned about not having the connectivity between those 2 neighborhoods. That, I don't know. I think I'm asking you, you can either ask, I'm open to helping you. We can table it another 2 weeks if that helps you try to figure this out. With some of the things.
Theoretically, we can't build the road without the drainage.
Yeah, I know that.
But this is ideal. After meeting and discussing with Public Works, what makes sense to all 3 property owners, the commercial to the west of us and INS to the north. So maybe what we need to do is just go back to Public Works and work it out on the level there. So I'm not sure if to leave, go ahead and table, but if we don't need to come back, then we don't need to come back. That way it does leave it open.
Whoa.
It's rather than just flat out tonight. And then in the interim, in the 2 weeks, we could meet again with Mike. And then have that conversation again with Sugar Plum.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're helping you on this because there's some missing pieces that
It's
we're just trying
messy,
to figure
yeah.
out.
It doesn't need to be, but it has become.
Mr. Red, would you weigh in on that?
I think either of those options would work well. The bonding would be fine. As long as if they didn't get the road built, then the city could pull the bond and build the road. I don't have a problem with that if Mr. Shaw doesn't. If we do come back with the bonding, I would request that Mr. Shaw kind of lines out his concerns in the 1 year and just exactly how that would work. Because I'm not sure I fully have that in my mind.
Well, even if we have the bonding in place, the concern I have is that we still can't drain into the
Well, that's,
detention
I
if we
guess
don't
that's,
work that
I guess
out.
that's my question. The bonding in place for the protection of the issue that we've actually are concerned with.
I know, but we couldn't build the road because the road drains to the detention place. That's the problem. That's the majority of the problem.
Yep. Are we okay on this? Can I make a motion?
Yes, I am.
And so I would make a motion that we table.
Hold on just 1 second. Sorry, Councilman. Councilman Staley, did you have any comment, question on this item? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Really, I just appreciate my fellow council members. I think they articulated very well some of the concerns that I had in our last meeting. And I support the direction Councilman Ward's going on this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So I would make a motion that we table item 6A, a continuation to approve the plat amendment for Iron Horse Phase 2 and 3. And then we do that to our next meeting to give the applicant time to meet with Public Works and figure out a resolution that we can entertain.
Councilman Bundy, second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goat's eye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, Brandy. Item 7, public hearings. Item A, public hearing for consideration to approve zoning change request Z-21-05. A request amending the Coral Canyon Plan Community Development by amending the 5-foot setback requirement in area 5 and 8, the trail system, nightly rental zoning in area 9, and telegraph improvements. Applicant, Co West Home. I'll announce when the public hearing will be open.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicants request an approval to amend portions of the Coral Canyon PCD project as found in the land use master plan, which would be updating the trailways along Telegraph Street and proposing nightly rental area added to area 9. Also to develop a development of the Telegraph Street, the cross section that you see on your exhibit, and also verbiage update found in section 3, chapter 4.2G, setbacks and lot coverage. More specifically, changes in section 2, the land use master plan map. The amendment is to update the Coral Canyon PCD land use master plan map by first adding an extended trailway along the southeast side of Telegraph Street within the city approved 10-foot and within this approved city street with a 10-foot trail from areas 4 all the way to area 9. You can see those on your map here. Area 4 is basically the Highland area, and that would head all the way up to area 9, which is roughly the Coral Ridge and coral fishing pond out there, recreation area. So that's what the green dotted area is just on the map there. And secondly, a proposal to expand the use of recreational multifamily, or referred to, we do, as vacation short-term use, found in area 9 of Coral Ridge, and into the existing commercial use area of area 9, leaving roughly 4 to 4.5 acres still in the commercial use, which you can see on your map is that orange area up here. Try to get that. Yeah, I think my arrow popped up there. That would be what was left in the commercial. The rest of it in that kind of green area up here would then go into the commercial, the vacation rental is what the applicant is proposing. And that is roughly 13 acres plus or minus to be used in vacation rental. Also in section 2, a proposal to amend the revised zoning comparison chart. And I'll just roughly bring that up quick here, which is this exhibit. And they want to revise it to add area 5 and 8 in the residential production zone. They want to amend it to allow for 5-foot side setbacks, which you see here, and 10-foot rear yard setbacks. Currently, it's 20 in the rear for the residential production, and then it's currently 5 on one side and 10 can be on the other, but there has to be a minimum of 15 between homes. But they just want it to be 5 on both sides is what the amendment, and a 10-foot rear yard is what the setback change is proposing. Also, changes in section 3. So I will now back up here and head back to our area here. Changes in section 3 on the setback, that would again just be the verbiage that we talked about, going to the 5-foot side yards, 10-foot rear. That's in the written text part in chapter 3. And also the update to agree, the update agreement on Telegraph Street improvements from area 13. Let me zoom down in there. That's that blue area right here that you see the blue line, which is the Telegraph. And then here's the new proposed cross sections of that. And that's the one that was requested by the city council when they brought to you that preliminary plat over here a couple months ago in area 8. And that was a request of the council to get that cross section updated and approved. And that's part of this as well. So with that said, staff's reviewed the proposed changes and amendment, and staff supports the majority of the proposals. The item of concern is the new expansion of the multifamily recreational vacation short-term into Area 9. City feels there is currently sufficient number of vacation rental units within Coral Canyon and throughout other areas of the city. So that's staff's concerns. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their January 20th, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-05 for the zone change request, amending portions of Coral Canyon PCD project plan, including the trail update proposal, Telegraph Street cross-section update, and also the setbacks of area 5 and 8 to go to the 5 on the sides, 10 in the rear. But they also unanimously recommended denial of the proposal to add the 13 plus acres of vacation short-term rental in Area 9. So this was passed on to the city council with the 3 items with the thumbs up, and then the vacation rental with the thumbs down onto you, the city council. And that's based on the findings and subject to the conditions that you see in your report. Now with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions the council might have on this particular proposal.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. My first question, I want to verify the 5-foot setback. Is that to accommodate patio homes? That is in area 5 and 8.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I think they just want to be able to bring the homes in closer together. They found a design that they did in Brio, and if you read through their text, they just wanted to be able to have those closer together. I think what that does now, again, I did read a lot of the comments. This will not increase their density because that is not part of a proposal that they've asked. If you go to the Coral Canyon's current overall project plan site map, they would still be limited to in area 8 right now. It's a maximum of 100. Sorry, I need to get my, thank goodness you can't see it, but I got to get my magnifying glass. It's 180 units, and then area 5 is limited to 135. So even with the shortened setbacks, that's still the densities. All they can do is max out at those densities. Because again, there is no proposal here to increase the densities, just to let them be closer together.
And I understand, Drew, the density numbers and that won't affect that, but it still leaves me with a big question as to why they are asking for the setbacks. What's the reason? Why? And I just don't know what that is. It's not to accommodate different homes.
I think we can ask the developer.
Yeah, your applicant's online if you wanted to ask the developer. Drake's online, Councilman, if you want to. I just say, is there any questions for me? Then you could, I think that's probably a question we need to ask him to answer for you.
Yeah, just before we have you jump off the line there, first I was going to say, I really appreciate you walking visually through that as well as you read that off. This is kind of it's a complicated issue. Appreciated that. But we didn't have anything in the packet showing the modification to the design, any kind of the visualization. There was a description, but we don't have anything in the visualization of this changes.
Now, which one are you talking about specifically, Councilman?
We didn't, like, typically we'll get like a show the footprint of the unit with the 5-foot setback on either side, just a square box on some of these, but we didn't have any in this packet.
Oh, yeah, and some of them won't. They're just residential, standard subdivisions.
Is Drake on the line?
Well, I have some more questions.
You have another question for Drew?
Yeah, so, and it's a question for Drew and Mike Shaw. So it looks like on the current cross sections, there's trails on both sides of the road, but in our discussion originally, I don't know if we discussed that. So I'm just curious how that came about on this layout of having trails on both sides of the road.
Are you opposed to that?
What?
Are you opposed to that?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious and then I guess they show the phase lines on this layout, and I'm just hoping that, I guess I just want to make sure we're getting it in as the development comes and covering the gaps between, because this has a lot of terrain, and I just want to make sure that they get built between each terrain and those areas are attached. Just like in parcel 8, the one parcel that came to us, that there's a huge section that you can't even get to without taking the trail all the way up the parkway and tying up into the existing trail. So I just want to make sure that they're getting built as they go. And then my last question for Drew, unless you can answer that. Is that existing development that we just approved like 2 months ago in Area 8, does it currently have does it meet the setbacks for the PCD currently? Or are they wanting to change those?
No, that's why they're wanting to change it. Right now, they didn't give you any, they gave you lot sizes. They would still have to meet the current thing of 5 and 10 with 15 in between. But now, so that's what they're just asking. So it sounds like right now it would affect their floor plan, I guess is the best way to explain that.
I guess
And if this gets passed, it allows them to do a different floor plan, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it's a different unit that they're looking at on this.
Yeah, because you approved the preliminary plat with lots and the sizes and the dimensions, but you didn't look at floor plans at all, which you generally don't in a regular subdivision.
So that it does affect that development though. That answered my question. Thank you.
Yes.
Greg, how are you on the line?
I am, Mayor. Thank you. I'd love to respond to some of those questions from the council. I think the first question that was raised was from Councilman Ivy, whether our proposed changes to the setbacks in areas 5 and 8 would facilitate or accommodate patio homes. They absolutely would. Your city's vision statement and motto references that the city will be a desirable and livable community for a broad range of incomes and stages of life. The area of Coral Canyon, these areas 5 and 8 are very appropriate for attainable housing, a much more affordable product. We just got the fourth quarter market data from a market study that we subscribe to today. The average new single family detached home in the St. George market is over $425,000. It's actually 426 and some other numbers, $426,000, the average new single family detached home. And so attainable housing is only feasible when the density, meaning clustering, again, not increase in unit count per the planning area that's approved, but when density increases and the infrastructure costs are reduced. And in efforts to increase this density and to offer attainable housing, we're asking or proposing for these 5-foot side yard setbacks and then the 10-foot rear setback, as Drew mentioned. This would be similar to the 14th Fairway subdivision of Coral Canyon. I love that vision statement of the city about a desirable and livable community for a broad range of incomes and stages in life. I personally have a story about that I've shared with others. When my wife and I and our first 2 kids moved to the area in 2004, we lived in an apartment in St. George City near Mall Drive for a few months while we were deciding where we would locate, where would we buy a home and live. And we looked at Coral Canyon. We loved Coral Canyon. We talked to the salespeople there. We looked at what options there might be within our price range, our affordability range. We ended up purchasing our first single family home in Coral Canyon in the 14th Fairway, which is immediately across the street from these areas 8 and 5. What's interesting, Mayor and Council, is that our home there on Silver Sky Drive, you can go and drive and take your tape measure out and confirm what I'm telling you, has 5-foot side yard setbacks.
So Drake,
there's precedent.
Are you there still?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
So I'm just, I'm not following your description there. If the 5-foot setbacks don't change your density, what does that, how is that helping you? I'm not following.
Sure. So when I say it doesn't change the density, what I mean by that is density in the way I and most developers, builders define it, is how many units we're allowed to build within a certain acreage of a planning area or a zone. So 10 units to the acre or 2 units to the acre. We're not proposing that. As Drew mentioned in the staff review, there's 190, I can't remember the total units that are already approved for Area 8. Our proposal is not touching that. We won't be able to get more than 190 or whatever the approved dwelling units per acre per acreage is in that planning Area 8. What the side yard setbacks do is allow us to cluster the number of units that are approved in a smaller area. The area farthest right in Area 8, that yellow area, that's immediately adjacent to the city's power gen and water treatment facility. The likelihood of that ever being developed is about 0.3%. It's just unlikely. And so that takes away some ability for us to, that we otherwise could have per the two-dimensional plan, to put lots and homes there. That won't happen. And so the ability to have smaller side yard setbacks allows us to cluster the units that we could otherwise put in the broader planning Area 8 and 5 in a smaller portion of those areas, and allows us to get to those homes with the infrastructure that we're installing a lot quicker. That all reduces our development costs, and that translates into a smaller price that we ask for the homes that we'll develop and build there. And so that's the fundamental reason that we're asking for that. There are some mitigating measures that I want to be very clear about that we've implemented at Brio, another community that we're the master plan developer on, that does allow 5-foot side yard setbacks. And those are that the patio homes will be oriented in a way where the front porches will be adjacent and or mirror each other to kind of create this kind of nexus between neighbors, where building floor plan options exist, where there's an option for a courtyard. They'll be oriented to make a nice courtyard or neighborhood feel in the street. We won't allow any side yard privacy walls from the back edge of the home to the front. It will be landscaped, so it won't be all these kind of small setbacks with these walls. It will be open. The side walls will only be allowed in the rear, from the rear of the home to the rear property line. As I mentioned, they'll be landscaped. And so it just allows us to create an affordability play and attainability play in Coral Canyon, and allows this broader range of incomes and stages of life there in Coral Canyon, which really makes Coral Canyon what it is today. We appreciated that when we moved there 16 years ago. We could afford it. And it will just allow us to do what's over on the 14th Fairway. Now, I do want to make a note, in the previous meetings that we've had with the residents and with the Planning Commission last month, I indicated how the design guidelines, the CC&Rs within the Coral Canyon master plan area allow for a 35-foot high building height. And I communicated in previous meetings that would allow for a 2-story product. If you drive through Coral Canyon, you won't see any 2-story products. They're all single-story. And when you dive a little deeper into the text of the design guidelines, there is a note that while the design guideline height limit is 35 feet, that the original intent by the design review committee is that there be only single-story homes. And so, I mean, obviously we know that 35 feet certainly accommodates 2-story homes. But if the design review committee only wants the single story, we'll commit to that. I mean, that's what the design guidelines provide. So I do want to make that correction from what I did previously indicate, that 2-story homes would be allowed and could be something that fits in the Area 8 there. So I just wanted to be clear about that. So that's the Area 8 question.
Hold on,
as it relates. Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for you. So you mentioned 14 Fairway, correct?
Yes.
So you measured 5-foot setbacks, but 14 Fairway abides by the current zone, which is 5 foot on one side and 10 on the other, and that's how they all are.
They're not, that, I guess that's my point, Councilman Coase, is that they're not all there. There's precedents where there's 5 yards, side yard setbacks on both sides. I brought this up to staff and there just wasn't really an explanation how they were built, you know, by the original developer builder, Golden Heritage Homes, but there are certainly precedents for that in areas of Coral Canyon.
Well, I'm looking at the Google Earth, and the majority, and there might be one or two here and there that got around that on accident, but the majority have a 5 foot with a 10 foot on the opposite side, and they're pushed together. I just want to make that note that most of them aren't that way.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I respect that, Councilman Coates. But when we use the term most, it also says some are not. Some are 5 and 5, and so we want to be clear about the precedence that has been set there in the community. As it relates to telegraph phasing, Councilman Coates, what we are proposing is absolutely what you brought up in that meeting with the Boulders several months ago when we had that in front of you for consideration. The onus or the responsibility to improve telegraph, both widening, there's also an asphalt thickening that we have to do. That will be done as we develop the phases adjacent to telegraph. And to the point that you made as far as the kind of non-developable areas on either side, we will bridge those gaps. And so the specific example of Area 8, where the boulders were approved, going east towards Hurricane or east towards SR9, we will have the responsibility of extending that trail. And let me just remind everybody, this is not a new trailway that we're proposing. This is a city master plan trail that's been on the books for years and years. This PCD amendment just simply reduces or eliminates any ambiguity as to who's responsible for improving, developing, building that trail. That's on us as the developer. And we would extend that over to the road that provides access to the power generation and water treatment plant. So we will bridge those gaps. That's part of this PCD amendment. Trying to think if there was any other questions at this point from council.
Any additional questions? Any additional for Drew? Okay.
Well, I'm going to, for Drew, just kind of weigh in on have you discuss. So we're in a new formula for public open comment. So we've had a number of those already written into the council, and as I'm going through those, a significant number of them have comments about the overlay of the nightly rental. So I'd like you to kind of help us to understand what your purpose is of making a change and asking for that.
Before you do, Drew, I really hate to see people standing. Sir, we do have a seat right here if you'd like to take it. It's only $1.
Now, Councilman Ward, was that at me or at Mr. Howell?
For the applicant, Drew.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Moore. Appreciate that question. So, yeah, no, it's a fair question. Let me respond to that in this way. I mean, we know it's just as a given that visitors from wherever, Northern Utah, California, I mean, especially now California and Nevada, given the stark differences, right, with the restrictions that we're dealing with COVID precautions in various jurisdictions, governmental entities, visitors come to St. George, Washington city area. They just do. They have since pioneer days. And when they come, they will stay in a nightly rental. They'll stay at their own vacation homes. They'll stay in hotels. They'll stay wherever. But certainly nightly rentals is a significant play as to where they stay. They come, they'll go out to eat, they'll go shopping, they'll go play golf. They come and they frankly spend money here in Washington City and the other neighboring jurisdictions. There's a significant positive economic impact to have nightly rentals within Washington City. They also, you know, when they stay, and I recognize there's an enforcement issue here that I want to address if I can, because it's certainly a fair point that the city has. Washington City back in 2018 passed the transient room tax ordinance, which when someone stays at a short-term rental, hotel, nightly rental, it tax on, I think, up to a 1% tax on the fee, the price for that stay. We know the city, based on fairly recent statutory legislation by the state has a hard time enforcing nightly rental owner in getting a business license, which I know they're required to, but the state kind of handcuffs the city. The state doesn't allow you to go on to VRBO or Airbnb or whatever site you might look at to try to identify where those nightly rental options are in the city. And if they don't have a business license, go after them, right? You're handcuffed. And so we recognize that that's a current situation, but we also view that as a temporary situation. We feel like and we're happy to help here, that we can lobby the legislature and see if there isn't some bit of reason that we can help the legislature understand that the city needs some ability to enforce whether a nightly rental is having a business license or not within its jurisdiction. On the other hand, the desire for people coming to this area is not temporary. It will always happen. COVID particularly has heightened the interest of people coming and staying. And so zoning is not temporary. Zoning is semi-permanent. I mean, certainly you can do zone changes as we are here tonight, but it's not a temporary situation. And so anyway, these visitors eating and shopping and golfing have a significant positive economic impact to Washington City, sales tax and TRT tax. That's general comments about nightly rental. Let me talk specifically about why we feel Area 9 is so well suited. And let me underscore as I kind of begin that right now that Area 9 that we're talking about is about 17 acres. What our proposal is, as Drew reviewed, is to keep the area adjacent to Telegraph Street as commercial. We represent, through our master development lease and an exclusive listing agreement we have with State Trust Lands, we represent SITLA on commercial properties in the Coral Canyon master planned area. And we have two letters of intent, one from a C-store and another from a car wash, to locate right along Telegraph Street there on Area 9. And so people are looking at it. But we're proposing that the other 13 or so acres behind Telegraph be changed from commercial to nightly rental. This area is entirely distanced, almost removed from the residential areas of Coral Canyon. It's situated, as is clear from the exhibit, at the corner of State Road 9 and Telegraph Street, along one of the busiest corridors of visitors and guests to Zion National Park. I mean, studies show that there's over 4 million visitors that attend the park, and a significant number of them pass this corner. Our proposed nightly rental project would be a separate association like the others from the Master Residential Homeowners Association at Coral Canyon. It wouldn't be part of the HOA. The soils on this Area 9 are significantly challenged. There's a significant amount of blue clay. There's a boatload of soil mitigation that will need to go into making this parcel even developable. We'll have to export the blue clay, the expansive soils out, and bring good soils in to even make any development in this parcel feasible. That obviously equates to cost. We, as a builder developer, know, as is well known, that if we're able to have a nightly rental overlay on this project, or sorry, on this parcel, the homes, the residences that we build there will be able to demand a higher sales price because of the investment element of a nightly rental property. No question about it. We're in the business of making money, physicians in the business of helping people, and attorneys in the business of doing whatever they're doing, and a store owner. Our business is making money from building and developing. So we fully recognize that. This parcel is currently zoned commercial. We've learned from the past 20 years of the life of Coral Canyon that Coral Canyon is simply a very challenging area for commercial development. We've seen 3 restaurants come and go. Coral Canyon cannot support commercial development like it had originally intended, with all these different commercial parcels strewn throughout the project. We've seen that. It's been evident. What's interesting to note is half of the owners of Coral Canyon are not primary residents. That's a significant proportion of Coral Canyon owners. They're not half. And my gut is that's probably in a lot of ways why commercial struggles at Coral Canyon. There's simply not enough traffic to support commercial uses there. Doug Schill, who's one of the city's planning commissioners, he's a commercial broker. During the planning commission meeting that we had a couple weeks ago, he responded to a question, well, what kind of commercial uses could potentially go there? And he mentioned trailer sales or auto sales. 15 years ago, a grocer was going after this site fairly aggressively with state trust lands. And as soon as Walmart built down the street on SR9, that prospect vanished. It went up in smoke, and this parcel is significantly challenged to support commercial. To add insult to injury, State Road 9 on the north or the top boundary of this parcel has zero access. UDOT maintains State Road 9 as a limited access thoroughfare, and so there's no curb cuts. There's no entrances off of State Road 9 onto this parcel. The only way that people can come onto Area 9 is from Telegraph, and so that significantly handcuffs the feasibility for a commercial perspective of this parcel. So those are some very specific reasons why this is so well suited for nightly rental. Over and above that, the intersection of State Road 9 and Telegraph, is, as some of you may know, is part of the Southern Parkway State Road 7 master plan to bring people from Milepost 2 down by Sun River and Desert Color all the way past the airport, up through the fields, through Hurricane, and back to I-15 at exit 16. Many or some of you may know that that intersection there will be a grade separated intersection. That again will place an abundant amount of just hurdles for commercial development to even be viable on that corner. So just a list of reasons why that area is so well suited. Adjacent to it, Coral Ridge, that's already zoned for nightly rental. And so that kind of leads me to my last point, and I apologize for my length, but this is obviously important to us, and so we appreciate the ability to respond to the questions of nightly rental. There's an assertion out there, it's even held, as you heard, by city staff, that Washington City has, quote unquote, enough nightly rentals. We also hear from some nightly rental owners that they don't want more competition with more available units in the proximate region. While we certainly respect those opinions and those positions, we respectfully kind of submit these questions for consideration. Does the city create competition among residential home builders when it approves a R110 zone for one builder over here, when it might have approved an R110 zone for a different builder across this way 10 months ago? I would submit it certainly does. But we're in the business of the free market. And any home builder that would argue against another home builder getting the ability to build homes in the same city probably doesn't have that strong a business plan and would be a concern. We welcome competition.
So I'm going to cut you off, but I think you're kind of arguing a point that I'm not sure I've ever heard anybody say, or at least nobody has vocalized that to myself, that the people who have nightly rentals don't want any more. I think the staff is correct that we have a tremendous amount of nightly rentals. It has been a bit of a struggle to incorporate them into our community. And the previous council kind of nodded their head at each other and decided that we would put a moratorium on them because, and I got to tell you, partially because the development community brought nightly rentals to the council, and there was agreements made with some of those original developers, and then once they were made, they were fought and they were pushed. And I think the other problem is that some of these nightly rentals, the management of those have not made for great neighbors in those areas. And so I appreciate your issue, but there are some counterpoints. And again, I don't usually jump in at this point of a discussion in a public open comment, but we are trying to balance this new forum where we're hearing a lot of these comments, and we'll still have people here that also need to talk. So I'm gonna be quiet now.
Any additional questions for Councilman Staley? Any questions for Drew or for Greg? Are you on? Steve, is he on?
He's muted.
Okay, we'll move on. Okay, this is a public hearing. We appreciate all of you that want to vent, if that's what you want to do, is vent or talk or discuss. We appreciate it very much. You know, I just have to caution you, if we start hearing the same thing over and over and over, sometimes we'd like to just ask you to do that. If you're like me and you hear it 10 times, you get it. So, and I'm not trying to be offensive at all, but just understand that.
And Mayor, can I also state that we received all the emails and comments we've all been through. There was a lot of them. I mean, over 100 comments that we've reviewed. And so I just want to make you aware that we have been through all these emails. So we appreciate the public sending these. This really does help us understand your concerns.
Yeah, it's a big part.
Please, ma'am, state your name.
Okay, my name is Nancy Schriever, and I am the chairman of the Coral Canyon Community Council. The Coral Canyon HOA formed our committee a couple months ago to perform tasks and functions as the board designates. One of our functions is to make connections with residents and be responsible for providing neighborhood input and feedback at the committee meetings. Our job is somewhat restricted, as we are not allowed access to the residents' email nor phone numbers. All of our contact must be through our own personal outreach, through social gatherings, word of mouth, and physical door knocking. One of the biggest frustrations of the residents is the control Coal West has over the Coral Canyon HOA board. Hopefully in the near future, the Coral Canyon residents will have control of our HOA and be in a position to make the best decisions for our community and residents. Through the door knocking in my area, I contacted at least 150 residents and was able to get a good feel of what our residents have experienced during their ownership here. The questions presented below are how we got to this point. Number one, with regards to Area 7 and nightly rentals, it appears it's a done deal. When asked how this could have happened, we were told that we were sent an email and/or letter informing us of Coal West's intention of converting the commercial portion of Area 7 into nightly rentals. None of the 150 residents I interviewed remembers receiving any form of communication. Our question is, when was that information sent out? Who were the people that it was sent to? And what form and what information was sent out? Number two, as to what is happening now to our community, here are the questions being raised. One, what are the price breaks on the proposed attainable housing in Area 5 and 8? What are the costs of the units? If it is attainable housing, there will be mostly young families moving in. If Coal West is asking for setbacks where each house only has 5 feet in between and 10 feet in the front and back yards, our question is, where will the children play? Where are their basketball hoops? They're going to be in the streets. We don't see any parks. We need parks. Area 5 would be awesome for a park. But if there are parks planned, who will pay for them? After the parks are built, who will be responsible for maintaining these parks? Part of the wonderful life at Coral Canyon is the low HOA monthly fee. Since Coal West has taken over, our fees have increased for the first time ever. And we are asking, is this going to continue? Area 9. Coal West is asking to rezone the commercial portion of Area 9 into nightly rentals. We are against this. Coal West has already taken our commercial property portion of Area 7. Washington is saturated with nightly rentals. We need this 17.32 acres of commercial property for future services to our community. Our community is rapidly growing within and without. There may not be any commercial interest at the present time, but there will be. And this large piece of property will be prime commercial real estate. If you look at the aerial photograph of the Anchor grocery store, Harmon's in Santa Clara, you will see it is on 11.64 acres, and there is a lot of additional commercial space available. On just a portion of the 11.64 acres, there is a Harmon's, post office, fuel stop, credit union, drive-up pharmacy. Across the parking lot on the same property, there's a Cafe Rio, Caprioleti's, and Bon Appetit. Under construction on another portion of this 11.64 acres is a Tag and Go car wash, and there will still be additional acreage for even more commercial businesses. This is what Coral Canyon envisioned in its original plans. With all of the current residential and the proposed units Coal West is intending to build, there is even more of a need to preserve the commercial property to service the entire area. We have 17.3 acres, 17.32 acres, which will be available to do just this. We do not want it converted into housing. Washington City currently has limited commercial parcels. It will be worth the wait. It will be a great income producing area for Washington City and will provide many services for the community and surrounding areas. Our question is, why not wait? Leave this area zoned commercial. Number 3, finally, the reaction to the existing nightly rentals Coal West has built is negative. They weren't even built with the same architectural theme as Coral Canyon. The HOA rules are lax. The vacationers have no interest in the property and treat it as such. Their garbage from their overflowing garbage cans is in the ravine in the back of the property along with construction rebar and garbage from Coal West Construction. The Holiday Express has to spend funds for their employees to pick up the trash from the rentals garbage blowing into their parking lot. Towels, bathing suits, and even electrical cords hang down from the balconies. Trash cans are never put away and are knocked over and in the streets. Barbecues are parked on the front door of some units. 2 signs are down laying in the park on a vacant lot. It's a mess. This is not what we envision for our community. Our question is, does Washington City really make that much income on these units? If not, why would we approve more? Hopefully we can get some of these major questions answered before any further approvals are given, changing our original master plan. Thank you for your time.
My name is Raymond Olson. I'm a resident of Coral Canyon, and I want to be clear tonight. Clarity is a great thing. First thing I want to be clear about is the concerns that you're hearing about tonight, the letters you've received, are specifically directed against any further development of nightly rentals in any area of Coral Canyon. The developer will claim that we don't understand it, or that we are mistakenly focusing only on Area 7. They have it wrong. Let me be clear again. We are against any further development of nightly rentals in any area of Logan Canyon. Let me speak a little bit to the economics surrounding nightly rentals and how they affect cities. Rising housing costs are a key problem for American families, and the presence of short-term rentals raises local housing costs. The largest and best documented potential cost of short-term rental expansion is the reduced supply of housing as properties shift from serving local residents to serving short-term rental travelers. This hurts local residents by raising housing costs, and this cost is very real. As Commissioner Brian Musso commented at the January 20 P&Z meeting, identical homes on opposite sides of the street, one zoned for nightly rental, will appraise for $100,000 more than the one zoned for single-family residential. Because housing demand is relatively inelastic, even small changes in housing supply, like the development of short-term housing in preference to or the exclusion of single-family attainable housing, will cause significant price increases. And we are truly seeing that. We are pricing young families out of the market that want to live and work here. Let's be clear about the truth regarding tourism. The potential benefit of increased tourism supporting city economies is not real. There is little evidence that cities with an increasing supply of short-term rental accommodations are seeing a large increase in travelers. Instead, accommodations supplied via internet-based service providers are a pure substitution for other forms of accommodations. 2 surveys, one conducted by Airbnb, indicate that only 2 to 4% of those using short-term rentals say they would not have taken the trip were short-term rentals not available. Studies claiming that short-term rentals are supporting a lot of economic activity are vastly overstated because they fail to account for the fact that much of this spending would have been done anyway by travelers staying in hotels or other alternative accommodations. Income tax, or city income tax from taxes. The shift from traditional hotels to short-term rental lodging leads to less reliable tax payments to the city, has already been stated by the developer. Several large American cities with large short-term rental presence rely heavily on the taxes collected. Internet-based service firms have largely blocked the ability of these cities to transparently collect lodging taxes on short-term rentals that are equivalent to taxes on hotel rooms. One study found that the voluntary agreements Airbnb has struck with state and local governments undermine tax fairness, transparency, and the rule of law. Finally, let's talk about absentee owners. When owners do not reside in their residential property, this can lead to externalities imposed on the property's neighbors. If absentee owners do not face the cost of noise or stress on the neighborhood's infrastructure, then they will have less incentive to make sure that their renters are respectful of neighbors or to prevent an excessive number of people from occupying their property. Is it any wonder that in cities where the spread of short-term rentals has become a hot-button political issue, hundreds, if not thousands of complaints have been made in this regard? Finally, what we ask of you commissioners tonight is to do the right thing. We applaud and commend the Planning Commission for their unanimous decision to deny last month. We ask that you deny the development of any nightly rentals in Coral Canyon. The fabric of our residential neighborhood is being shredded. The economic costs to the city are clear. The economic costs to our neighbors, children, and businesses are clear. Nightly rentals, as they are being proposed in the city, fly directly in the face of Washington's mandate to encourage and provide attainable housing. Nightly rentals in Coral Canyon have a significant negative effect on the quiet enjoyment of our homes. Please vote no to nightly rental section.
Before you go, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
You had a in there. You mentioned the housing cost rising and an effect on affordable housing. I don't expect people to have sites information on that, but you had some. You cited something on the other issue that you brought up. I was just curious to know if you read that someplace, if you had any resources there.
As a matter of fact, I sent it to your email the other day.
Okay.
And it's from the Economic Policy Institute, Washington, D.C. The study that they did before COVID, because I wanted this to be even across the board. We're going to get back to no COVID to understand what was happening. Okay? And I sent it to your email in PDF. And it has, I think, somewhere around 30 references of different studies that they reference. And
do you remember the title of the specific one on that?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember the title of the specific? It's fine if you don't.
I do not.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He's just making you guys sanitary, so you're welcome to walk up. We don't want any outbreaks in our council. Then we'd have to shut it down again.
Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council. My name is Jim Burris. My wife and I bought a home in Coral Canyon up on the Mesa in 2016. About a year ago, I retired from a 35-year career doing environmental assessments and environmental permitting for energy projects scattered throughout the U.S. For the past year, I've been active in reviewing some of Coal West's developments and participating on review of their PCD amendments and participating in various public meetings. And during that time, Mr. Howell has indicated that they have all the necessary permits and that any studies that were done are adequate. And in fact, that the PCD amendments that they're asking for are merely housekeeping. And that they also have prior approval to do nightly rentals in Area 7. That would be the southeast corner. And what is also of concern is that he indicated that all of the environmental studies and permitting were done over 20 years ago, and that no more work is needed in that area. In my professional opinion, I think Coal West's belief that additional studies and impact assessment is not necessary, and relying on 20-year-old studies are likely inadequate. Development in areas 5, 7, and 8 do contain important open space, wildlife habitat, dry washes, and wetlands. I also have had a chance to look at your city's, Washington City's 2017 general plan. And specifically in chapter 2 and section 2.7 of that, the open space, you have specific goals for 5 and 6, which identify the need to preserve some of these key resources and keep open spaces. I believe that Coal West proposed Coral Canyon developments, PCD amendments will impact these valuable resources and are in direct conflict with your goals 5 and 6. I ask the council to deny Coal West proposed 2021 PCD amendments, as well as any future development in Coral Canyon until updated impact statements and required permits are obtained. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this gentleman? Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Bruce Haggerty, and my wife and I are full-time residents in Coral Canyon. We purchased our home there because it is a planned community of single-family units and a quiet solitude that we enjoy in Washington City. I participated in the first Zoom meeting with Coal West, where Mr. Howe explained to us their desire to make a zone change to allow nightly rentals. In that meeting, a question was sent to him that asked, is there a relationship between crime and nightly rentals? He kind of sloughed it off, didn't really answer the question, and acted like it didn't matter. That resonated with me tremendously, given my background, that I retired after 38 years in law enforcement and at the highest levels in the last 10 years as the chief of police. I know full well that there is a direct correlation between property ownership, who resides in the property, and crime, traffic, and noise. I did some current research after that really bothered me. And I found that nightly rentals is a national issue, from Texas to parts of Utah, from LA to Nashville. And they talk about everything from shootings, sex crimes, you name it, they complain about it. As a matter of fact, in Dallas, Texas, well, actually, let's go to Weaver County in Utah. They had over 100 complaints by residents of the Ogden Canyon Residents Association about nightly rentals for noise, crime, and issues. One commissioner was quoted as saying, we have an increase in crime, traffic, and parking is atrocious. Nashville reported the short-term rentals were responsible for 60% of the crime increase in that city, including sexual assaults. LAPD reported that from 2017 to 2019, crime increased in short-term rentals by 555%. Huge percentage, smaller numbers, went from 20 incidents to 132. It's still significant from a percentage. And then in the next 2 years, it dropped to 73 because of COVID. But see, what makes a neighborhood, what makes it special is neighbors knowing neighbors, caring for each other and reacting in a mutual respect for the dignity and the solitude of their neighbors. Short-term rentals change the very fabric of a neighborhood, because the people in the short-term rentals, they don't add anything to the neighborhood. They come and they go. Park City Assistant Manager Matt Davis was recently quoted as saying the biggest change is that it does change the complexion of the community, what it does to the people who work there and live there. Park City Police Captain Phil Kirk stated the complaints for parking and noise violations in after hours was higher in areas where short-term rentals occur. Lastly, as a police chief and a city council, we both know that as communities grow and population increases, so does the need for more law enforcement. And we all know the cost of that towards the bottom line and towards our general fund. In short, the short-term rentals increase the need for more police personnel and activity, causes crime, and really does not add anything to the ambience of our community. And I ask you to deny that. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. Thank you for your service.
Thank you all for your service. I know what it's like to be in public service. Thank you.
That can't be all of you.
They're just waiting for me.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Dick Saunders. My wife Lori and I have been a resident for 13 years. We're actually still in Coral Canyon, unlike the applicant that visited for a while and left. But anyways, we chose Coral Canyon for the same reason most of the people in here chose it. We saw it, and it was actually what the name said. It was a planned community development. It had beautiful entrances, little pocket parks, city parks. We have the trailways, all with similar type homes. Not all the same design, and certainly not all the same size. Fairway 14 has been mentioned as a typical starter neighborhood, and it probably could be considered more affordable. I don't know starter. When I started, I think I had to buy 3 fixer-uppers in California before I could get to what I would consider a lesser neighborhood. We worked towards an area like Coral Canyon. I was happy to hear the applicant mention single floor plan was in the original PCD from the original drawings, I think from 1998. I have one of our neighbors, I think, sent you some correspondence, Gordon Burns. I think the original plan was a 330-page document. That's a lot of paperwork to go through. But in there, it does say that the design review committee recommended single floor plan homes. So if you're going to take the areas that are proposed for 5-foot side yards, 10-foot backyards, and go single floor, you're not going to be able to pack in as many homes as what the applicant has shown. So far in our meetings, in our Zoom meetings, it was discussed, and he showed pictures of what was, I think I would describe them as row houses, where you had a common entry, no walls in front as described, but they were definitely 2-story. 2-story does not fit the neighborhood, does not fit the original plan that was proposed by the original developer. I presume did most of the work. Sitla had to be a big partner.
That was Suncor. You remember Suncor?
Which was a division, I think, of Pinnacle West. And they did a lot of nice work, and we appreciate it. That was the reason we chose it. So I thought they did a good job, but also pointed out by the previous speakers, there has been a lot of changes. We have seen in our first visit to, I'm trying to think, I think it was about this time of year because we come up to see the Parade of Homes. And at that time, about 18 years ago, we traveled all the way out to Coral Canyon. It was too far away from everything to consider joining. And within 4 or 5 years later, we looked at it and said, this is the community for us. We liked the CCNRs. We liked the similar type homes. So with that being said, we made the decision. Yes, it's a little bit more money. They got a little bit more per square foot for home in Coral Canyon. And I also think we pay a little bit more in an assessment to help pay for, I think, Highland Park, for one thing, which is worth it. It made the community better. We would choose not to change that. In reference to the meetings that we had with Cole West on the Zoom meetings. The Zoom meetings took place on 12/16 and 1/7. I think the most people we had was right at 50 that showed on the screen. Advertisement for the citizens of Coral Canyon to attend those Zoom meetings went out via an email. Not all of the people that live in Coral Canyon attended those meetings or even knew about the meetings. Now, Nancy, that started the presentation, is one of our community members that spread the word. And so did Lori and I. We sent out, I think every house got a flyer about the planning commission meeting. I think you got almost 200 responses, either in joint letters or individual mail. But during that meeting, even though not everybody attended, it was mentioned that there was pre-approval for nightly rentals in Area 7. I think the mayor acknowledged that this happened. And so my wife, the diligent computer person, went back on all the city meetings. When did this happen? Well, it happened back on 5/25/2016. And the city council passed it 3-2. What was interesting is that was before the city had any mandate to include residents of a PCD as requirement. So there were no real residents that came to talk before the council to say yay or nay. They didn't know about it. We lived there. We didn't know about it. I found out about it later when City Center had their nightly rentals, and the 8th has their nightly rentals. I didn't realize that Area 7 had nightly rentals as well, part of that same agreement, which also leads to another question. This, and maybe Drew knows the answer to this, but the city zoning map for Coral Canyon supposedly is current, updated every 3 months or thereabouts. This took place on 2016. There is no notice of that on the city zoning map. So a resident wouldn't know. Well, we wouldn't have known if it hadn't been mentioned during the Zoom meeting by the applicant that, oh, well, we can drop our request on Area 7 because we already have it. That's kind of sad that by current standards, they shouldn't have approval because they never notified the citizens of the community. So I don't know, there's probably nothing we can do. The horse is out of the barn, so to speak. But what we can do is make sure when it comes to council for the final plot approvals and so forth, that you understand, hopefully you understand from the amount of responses you're getting, that nobody is in favor of nightly rentals anymore in Coral Canyon. What we have, we have to live with. Looking at some of the other comments that were made, we did a little bit of comparison. Is there oversaturation of nightly rentals in the area? Well, in Coral Canyon, we have the 8th, we have Coral Ridge, and we have City Center. I think Sienna Hills, you guys would know better than I think they have 5 different communities that are nightly rentals. And I think that Vita Sol has 2 different communities. So all within just a couple of miles, you've got 8 different developments with hundreds of these nightly rentals. Do we really need more? And why should we sacrifice the very limited resource we have of open land for commercial? I mean, potentially that's future revenue. And I know it doesn't seem like it's going to change quickly. And the applicant had said, well, you know, 15 years ago, we couldn't get a grocery store to go in there. 15 years ago, there was a lot of, 15 years ago, I thought Coral Canyon was on the outside of the world. It's changed. Also mentioned, I think in this meeting, somebody had mentioned how many million cars are going to go down SR9 in the foreseeable future. Wouldn't that make that property a little bit more visible and accessible to commercial development? I would think so. Anyways, going on to the last thing, areas 5 and 8. The setbacks, to me, for all the reasons mentioned by the previous speakers, the safety of the residents. Hopefully, if there's kids there, they're not going to be playing out on Telegraph. Where are they going to play? There is no, I don't see anything planned for any future green areas, park areas. Is the trail considered an amenity? I thought the trail was a requirement.
One good thing, I'm just going to make this comment, sorry, is that the trail, if it's connected, they can get down to Sullivan Soccer Park.
That's
So
true.
I'm just saying for
And that
area
is-
5,
And
I just want to bring that up, that I looked at that and go, oh, great, then, I mean, it's a long ways, don't get me wrong, but there is an access to a large regional park.
that is true. And that, and by the way, that is a wonderful park. And if you've noticed and been down there recently, I haven't been by it. It's sort of like driving by the Maverick parking lot. I always feel sorry for Maverick because they don't have any customers. That's a joke. That park has always cars in it, people there. And that's before all the rest of the residents get there. We still have a bunch of apartments going in across the street, plus the Bellison units are going in. That park is going to be swamped. You're going to need more open green space, in my opinion. I wouldn't like to see people crammed into townhomes on Telegraph for that reason. And the other thing I'm looking at is the traffic on Telegraph. When Lori and I were driving down here, we were thinking about, boy, what if the city could have seen into the future? Would the city have residences with driveways directly accessing Telegraph? Like I mean, there's older areas that have been around for probably 30 years, and residents, that's dangerous.
I've been here
Well, I know you
4, 5, or
used to-
6 decades. so.
used to throw a football back and forth across it.
The Telegraph was I-15 when I grew up.
Right, and back then, you didn't think it was anything, nothing negative about that. Just like I wouldn't have thought it's negative to have an RV storage lot next to Telegraph. That's not a negative now. But what is a negative is that we have a chain link fence to hide all the RVs. It would have been nice. And I know from current meetings, when you approve such things, you design them or make sure that they have designed into their plans some type of thing to make it visually better. So in conclusion, no to any future nightly rentals any place. And if there's anything we can do about the existing sneaky approval that happened on 7, that we do what we can to have that not be developed. And no to reduced spacing and setbacks. The only reason to reduce spacing and setbacks is to put units closer together. I understand that the topography of some of these areas that want to be developed may not allow for the maximum number of houses or residences that were originally into a 20-year-old PCD plan. But because the topography makes it difficult for the developer to develop the property in a less expensive manner, doesn't mean we should approve a lesser set of construction. Anyways, thank you for your time, and hope the meeting goes well.
Thank you.
I'll be brief and concise. My name is Daniel Osborne. I'm a homeowner and resident in Coral Canyon. Enough has been said on the subject of nightly rentals. It's truly a blight in our neighborhood. The units that have recently been constructed and are still in construction, under construction in City Center, just ugly as sin and inconsistent with the nature of the subdivision. I'd like to speak just please knock off the nightly rentals. I've been in business long enough to know a fast talker when I hear one. The discussion about the reduction of setbacks, not increasing density, but it allows them to move the lots closer together, which in my way of thinking is density. Just doesn't really make sense. But if we move these lots closer together, that's going to mean that there is a part of that area that doesn't have lots on it, able to be rezoned at another time. I certainly hope you think hard about that reduction of setbacks in that area. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other comments?
Hi, my name is Dave Alderman. I am currently a first-time homeowner in Coral Canyon, and I plan on moving into my second home with my wife and child on Friday. So I love Coral Canyon.
You're staying in Coral?
Yes,
Good for you.
a different home in Coral Canyon, just a couple blocks away from our existing home. So I love Coral Canyon. I've been there for 8 years. I've been an active member of the community. I've helped a lot of clients buy or sell their homes in Coral Canyon. And that's been for the past 8 years. I can speak directly to the feeling as far as the lack of communication, especially revolving around some of the nightly, weekly. I mean, especially from an HOA standpoint, no residents, to my knowledge, had any idea about that zone change, which was and is pretty frustrating. And to be honest, and I guess to speak plainly, I do feel like as a first-time homeowner in Coral Canyon, I do feel like we're kind of getting bulldozed with some of the changes happening. If you drive through the community, it's plain to tell what was Coral Canyon and what is currently being developed, and the difference in investment in parks, open space infrastructure. So I ask you to consider that as well, that I am an adamant no as far as the changes to the setbacks. It will be a financial hit to all of these folks as far as their home values, and the same with the nightly, weekly rentals. And thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate all your comments, and we appreciate those that wrote in, emailed in. If I see no other,
Thank you. I promise to be very brief. And thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity tonight. And you've seen all the letters, you've seen all the emails, you've heard from the group tonight. I'm not going to duplicate any of that. I'm Ron Gibson. My wife and I live in Coral Canyon, have for 10 years. We love that area. We love Washington City. We just sold our home and we're currently building a home right next door, which tells you how much we love this area. What you've heard from everyone and my interpretation of that is truly speaks to the soul of a community. Every community has a soul. And I think that as you look at Coral Canyon, you've heard from the residents, you've heard all the letters. We have a special community there. And as you've heard from the applicant tonight, their goal is to make as much money as they can possibly make. Now, I have respect for that. Any business person is going to say that, and that should be their goal. But when it attacks the soul of a community, I think that's where it crosses the line. And I think to allow the most money to be made by a developer who does not live in the community, none of the executives live in the community, and to just build what makes them the most money and then move on, drastically impacts the soul of our community. So we would ask the City Council and Mayor, as you consider this request, this zoning change, to consider that the residents have spoken. We love the area. We don't want to see it change. Thank you.
thank you, appreciate that. Before I close the public hearing, I just have a real quick question. How many of you have lived in Coral when it first, Jordy, you the only one. Do you remember Suncor? Okay. I'm just curious because I was on the planning commission when Suncor came in and brought in that 5,000 page plan community development. It was pretty amazing. So, yeah, I'm really pleased with Coral. Hope we make good decisions. Excuse me? Yep. So I'll entertain. Councilman Staley, are you back on?
I am, yes, Mayor.
Do you have any questions or comments?
No, just really appreciated the participation. I felt like all those who spoke made some very good points, and it was just really nice to listen to them and to the applicant.
Thank you. Okay. I will entertain a motion then to close this public hearing.
Mayor, I will make that motion to close the public hearing.
Second by Coates.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
And just for your information, the vote won't be tonight. It'll be in 2 weeks.
Yeah, you mind if I comment on the meeting here?
I know.
So this is kind of a new process for us. We've got some new policies as far as writing in. I'm still trying to get used to that, and there was such an abundance of messages. I'm still working through the comments. But we're thankful we do have two weeks to digest what has been said here, and also to continue to go through the comments that were there. And I kind of miss. I enjoy the public comments. It's this conversation that you have, and having the public be a part of the conversation and attend, well, frankly, these boring meetings. And I have just really missed the interaction and the input that we get from the public. These things have been closed down. So I definitely appreciate your comments and appreciate it.
And I appreciate how well the comments were. I mean, everyone, it wasn't like the same thing. Most people had different comments, and I really appreciate people taking the thought and researching and presenting to us that data, because that helps us in our decisions. So thank you.
Thank you all. You can go home if you want. I mean, I know this is riveting. Thank you all again for attending. Move on to item B, public hearing for consideration to approve zone change Z-21-06 to change from open space to single-family residential minimum 15,000 square foot lots located approximately at the end of Lost Ridge Drive. Applicant Kent Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requesting of approval to change the zoning of approximately 8.72 acres. The requested change, as stated by the mayor, is from the open space designation to the proposed R115, or the single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum lot. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing the 8.72 acres into a future 4-lot residential development. This particular location has a general plan use designation of very low density residential. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is R110 to the west and north, open space to the east and south. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone changes outlined, but wish to point out that the state's new LID drainage standards will be adhered to as this parcel would move, if approved, through the development stages. The property lies within the Hillside Protection Overlay Zone area, and the applicant has already gone through the Hillside Committee review process, and development conditions as required by the committee would be attached to preliminary plats if you again approve this and they move forward. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their January 20th meeting of 2021. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 3-1, recommended approval of Z-21-06 for the zone change from open space to the R115 zoning designation onto you, the City Council, and that's based on the findings in the report that you have before you. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions the council might have. I will kind of switch maps. This is kind of the legal description on the your screen, and now I'm going to go over to our aerial view, and it's going to be this particular property. If it comes up with the blue line, there we go, with the blue lines around it, is the one that's in question for you tonight. And I'll kind of mark that up here in a second, but I'm glad to answer any question the council has that I can help you with.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. Would you just give us a little background of what the Hillside Protection Committee is and who that consists of and the process by which this was looked at?
Yeah, within your zoning ordinance, we have a hillside overlay zoned area, and there's a map specifically for it. If you fall within that area and you want to develop, you have to then adhere to that criteria in the zoning ordinance called the Hillside Ordinance. Part of that approval, the first thing you got to do is request to have a meeting with the Hillside Committee. Now, it's made up of 5 individuals. There are basically 3 professionals and then 2 at-will city citizens. And so the professionals are 2 civil engineers and then a geotechnical engineer are part of that Hillside Committee. And so they'll look at the request by the engineer of the applicant, then they'll go meet on site to, again, really dig into it, and then they'll make recommendations. Like, I'll just give you an example. One particular property owner that had some vacant land that was in the hillside had a 9-lot proposed subdivision. Once the Hillside Committee was done with their review, it was whittled down to a 4-lot subdivision, and then so the owner didn't think it was worth it, so then he kind of dropped his request at that time. So those are kind of the things that happen with the Hillside Committee. They'll look at the property, the location, the slopes, the drainage, and all those things. And again, just let you know, those 3 professionals, they sit on, I think, almost every city down here's Hillside Committee. So it's good to know they're the same guys that look at it in Ivins, in Santa Clara, in St. George, in Washington. And I think 2 of the 3 sit on Hurricane's Hillside Committee board. So we have a good group. And I hope that kind of helps answer that question for you.
Drew, could I ask you just a little further on that? When they submit for Hillside review, there's a fair amount of design, basic layout, drainage consideration, cut slopes, and those kind of things that they submit as they go to the Hillside Review Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, they'll put on what we make them put the topos on. And for that, the topography of the land at 2-foot intervals. They kind of give an idea of where the drainage on that plan shows that committee roughly where the drainage comes in from and is going out. And then kind of another sheet would be what they would propose, it happening with the development that they're trying to put on that property. So is it really, down to the nth degree? Probably not, but it's pretty close. And if the committee doesn't feel comfortable, they'll ask them to give them more.
Any additional questions? Councilman Staley, would you have a question for Drew?
Not at this time, thank you.
Drew and maybe Mike, if you feel inclined to answer on this. So first off, how are they proposing to deal with the drainage and issues there? And secondarily, how are we doing with this area? We've got some houses just next to that. How are we seeing any problems in the area with the way we've developed? Have we learned anything as we've gone along?
Well, this is a little early on for drainage studies, but when it would come in, we will require a drainage study with their first off grading permit. And that's where we'd address the drainage, the slopes, the retention of slopes. And, a lot of that all comes in at construction drawing time. If it doesn't meet our criteria, they don't get approval and they can't move forward with it.
So I have a question for Drew. Drew, just because we don't do it very often, do we have a 2-acre minimum lot zone, or does it stop at 1?
I'm sorry, rephrase that. It kind of cut out on my speaker, but.
Sorry about that, Drew. What's the highest zoning we have for residential? Is it 1-acre lots, or do we have like a 2-acre lot zoning? I know we have a 1 acre.
Yeah, we actually go up to 20-acre minimum. But the highest probably, in our residential agriculture is actually 5 acre. We have an RA5 zone, as a residential zone. That's probably the biggest. I would say the 20 acre is an ag, and we'd allow people to put one home on 20 acres, but
1.5.
So it would be a 5 acre piece for one home would be our biggest zone district.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivey. I just want to drill down on one comment that was made in the Planning Commission meeting regarding this issue. And the comment was made that the information that was received felt like it was generic in nature, and it didn't identify specific concerns that some of the homeowners had there. One being that if the pipes were to clog by debris, then it would cause flooding and cause problems to his house and others, or the person's house and others. I don't know if it was a man or woman that made that comment. I just am wondering because we don't deal with this hillside issue a lot. I know there is some expertise on the council regarding this, but just help me to understand what is the level of detail in these hillside reports, and do they address specific issues like the one that was commented in this case?
Well, I hope I can attempt, and Mike can jump in if I don't, but I'm just going to, kind of talk with the pencil here a little bit and just give you an idea of what, here's a drain swell, here's a drain swell, here's a drain swell, just on this piece. I'm just going to. Now, there's a detention pond, which I'm going to bring in right here. And it's kind of a 2-phase one. So can you see that green showing up? And then there's a high point right here. So the water comes in to here, then moves to here, and then moves out this channel. Now, the point I wanted to bring out in that is that that whole detention is for this subdivision right here. And so if this person who develops this lot here does so, and then again, this area is probably not going to be touched at all up here as part of their thing. It's part of open space you saw in that one drawing I showed you. Now this one's going to be changed and diverted up here at this area. And we'll go through, and so, you know, it'll be pushed that way and then to the south, as you saw in that drawing I showed a little while ago. The engineer has to, by state law, account for again, this same water up in this area and this one. You know, they're not going to change, but they will be adding this to it a little bit, blocking off this and then pushing it to the south as well. They'll have to accommodate for that. And if they have to put in another holding pond here would be the best way, another pre-detention basin, their design would have to show that in their drainage study. So they have to account, and they're allowed to release the water at the same flow that it's showing right now going into these lower ones above, you know, for this chaparral number 4. They can still allow that water to go, but at the same flow it is right now. And they'll have to design that out, if that helps answer your question.
It kind of does, but it also created another one.
That's fine.
First of all, the report, is there an actual report that the Hillside Protection Overlay Committee generates that we can review? And the second question is, does that report address potential hillside scarring from the development?
As for your first part of your question, I'd say probably there was not something that intense to give you to look at. Probably not, because every engineer is aware that they have to, again, take the water that's coming in, account for the water that they're going to create because of putting mass on that area, combine it and make sure that what goes down does not increase in any way. That will come at a preliminary plat stage. And as for the scarring, that's where your committee will come in and you know, they know there's going to have to be retaining walls. One of their criteria was that all walls need to be either rock or stained retaining walls that match the surrounding color to the area in question here. And so that eliminates or tries to eliminate scarring. Now, if you've been up to this area, everybody's seen this. I've seen it since I've worked here for 14 years. I'm going to point you out an area. This was one of the reasons why we did our updated hillside. If you've been up there, you've noticed this face. You can see it from Washington Fields Road. It's a scar and a half is the best way to explain it. This will help mitigate out a lot of that current scar. And again, they'll be adding walls. And let me go back into this other exhibit you have. And then you can see all these little things right here are all retaining walls. That's what this design is showing. So you'll have 3 or 4 retaining walls at this edge of the property, 2 right here, 2 more up here, and then all around the street and everything. So those walls are going to have to match in color to the surrounding like earth tones of that area. So I hope that kind of answered what you were asking for.
Thank you, Drew.
Any additional questions for Drew?
Yeah, if I could just, Drew, so just another detailed question that the Hillside Review Board's looked at. So the coloring of the rock, as you mentioned, I assume they had cross sections of what those walls would look like, those rock walls. That they considered all of that in their review, correct?
Correct. Or that's their criteria. They said that you'll have to do, yes.
So it's the same, basically the same as these sections we're looking at is what they looked at and they've approved, recommended approval of.
Councilman Staley, would you have a question for Drew on this item?
I don't. Thank you, Mayor.
Any questions?
Now, council, mayor, if I may, I just want to add one more thing on that. Our hillside design, when you lay out retaining walls, there is criterion that they have to follow. You can only go up so many feet and then you've got to make a cut. I think the code allows for a 10-foot rise but no greater, and then you have to go back 5 feet before your next retaining wall. Then you can go up another 10 feet, then back 5 feet. So it's all about how they want to design that and to try to blend that all in. With that. So when the preliminary plat, if you do the zone change, I'm not saying what would happen is I'd get a preliminary plat, I would send that off to my hillside committee to make sure they're okay with that as well. But the full design at that point on a preliminary plat.
Drew,
Yes.
just so I'm hearing what you're saying about the rise and then the cut back in, but haven't we seen some of those in the past come in with engineered walls that were taller than that?
You probably did, but they weren't part of the hillside protection area, more than likely.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Drew, for your information.
Yes.
Any questions or comments for the applicant in the council? Councilman Staley? Not hearing any. This is a public hearing. Those of you in the audience to comment on this particular item, come on up. You can come up here if you'd like. Or you can talk in tandem, one in the back one. Please state your name, and you can take your mask off, sir.
My name is Rick Meyer with Bush and Gudgel, and I'm the engineer on the project. And I just wanted to point out, there are some questions about studies and extent of information that have been provided. The Hillside Committee did receive all of this data as far as the design, the lot layout, the retaining wall heights, and everything. We've also provided them a preliminary drainage study, which pretty much goes over all the drainage for the area, and then also a water model study to show that we can get adequate water pressure up in that zone and everything. So, but I think it's a great project. I don't see any issues with it, and happy to answer any questions you've got. So.
Well, and I guess is more of a comment than a question. It's just as a council member, it'd be nice to have that report. And I know that's not
from the Hillside Committee.
Just to see, because that they're asking us to, I have a background similar in that same thing, and it would be hard for me to tell someone my position on something unless I could substantiate it on paper. So, and that's no reflection of your, but it may be in the future we can look into having that for our council.
I know that Drew took some notes as far as where the conditions were, and pretty much what he said, that the main thing was the rock walls matching the surrounding landscape. So I should have took better notes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen. My name is Kent Rasmussen. I am the applicant for the project. We've also the 3 phases of Chaparral Ridge, phase 4, 5, and 6 immediately below this. If you'll recall, for the last 15 years, they've been kind of a mess. I did buy the project and have at this point finished those. We finished phase 4, we finished phase 6. If you remember that really steep road, there was nothing more than the gully wash. That's all repaired now and done. And I knew when I purchased these phases from Denley Falk back in the day that I had to acquire this upper one. Not that I really wanted to, but I had to get rid of the scar and to get rid of the elevation on the east side. Drew was referring to as the scar. That has to go. It is a mess. And as people have bought lots from me, they always say, what's going to happen with that? And I said, I'm in the process of trying to acquire the piece of ground, in the process of dealing with it, and started all the engineering. And as Rick told you, one of the first things we did was the drainage study, the water models, those kinds of things. And I did forward those studies on to each of the city council. You should have received those last week. the drainage studies in there, the water model studies in there, all those kind of studies. And if you need any additional information, I'll make sure that Rick gets it again.
Did you email those? Is that how we received them?
Did
you? Thank you.
Yeah, if you was looking, yeah, if you they were in an email. So all the studies were attached for it previously. We have addressed the issue, and Rick can speak to it. But when these lots become flattened out, and I've been very careful not to try to overdevelop the area. All I want to do is essentially eliminate that scar, get it gone, control the drainages, and finish up a project that's still nice for the homeowners that live below it. There you go. Left open space on either side of this development, okay, so that it remains nice. We minimally developed, even though we were requesting an R115. These lots are, I could certainly intensify it from that. I only want 4. 4 makes this project actually work pretty well and completes it nicely. When we did, I do have some pictures of the notes that we took from the Hillside Ordinance Committee when they looked at the project. And one of the things is we keep the rock basically looking the same all the way up. And if you'll drive up the lower streets of these phases that we've done, you'll see the rock walls. They look real nice. They're very well built wall. They're built by Prime, who's one of the, in my opinion, one of the better builders here. And they've got the contract when we get going to build these upper walls also.
So, Mr. Esselstyn, yes, I just wanted to ask you about, I mentioned about with Drew on the size of the zoning. I'm curious why you chose R115 when clearly these lots are all acre plus. So I'm just asking your thought
It was
process.
already recommended for that. So that's all they're asking for. And that's all I want is this. I'm not intending to shrink it down to an R115. This is what was intended previously. It's what it was planned for. Oh, so it's not, yeah. So it's not agriculture. Yeah. Yeah, and that was recommended by Drew also. We just did the R115. So, and obviously it is a more complex project. It's not necessarily an easy project. I've developed in this city, in Washington City, almost 400 lots in the past probably 15 years. I've filled in some bigger washes than that one. And they can be done. They can be done neatly so that actually the project looks real nice. And that's the intent. I mean, if you sit in the Lynn's parking lot and you drive east, you can't help but see the scar. It's almost like the scar, the D scar. But it will be corrected and it will look nice. My personal lot is on the south end of this project where I'm building my home. And it's right down there. That's my personal lot. Much smaller than these lots, but certainly doable. So, with that, if you have any questions, I'll address them.
Any questions for our applicant here? Councilman Staley, any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
If I could, Mayor, just a comment, having been involved as a liaison to a Hillside Review Committee with those professionals that Drew mentioned, a couple of engineers, and of course we have Mr. Myers here. From my experience, they've been very thorough. To get back to Councilman Ivy's questions, there's nothing wrong with asking for those reports, anything that there's there, but from my experience, they are very thorough, and it gives me comfort in knowing that, and knowing that there are civil engineers who have designed the walls, everything that the drainage. They will be looking at that in detail. So just my thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Buck Cowden, and for disclosure, I have a lot reservation that immediately borders the property in question. The hill and the walls that are being built right now are right against my property. And when I looked at the Hillside Ordinance before my wife and I decided to make a reservation to build a home, that was some of the questions we had, was to make sure that the rock was natural, or if they put a cement retaining wall, then it would have to be colored similar. But if it was a natural rock wall that matched
the previous lots in the subdivision that we felt was okay. So I did submit a letter to the city council, basically recommending that this be approved based on what we were told, that it met the criteria for the hillside ordinance, that it passed the planning and zoning, and the engineering was up to what the city requirements were. The reason that I wanted to come up and just make a comment was that received an email that was concerning to me. And so it was sent to a lot of the residents in the area, or a lot of folks that were building homes. It was by a homeowner in the area that's a developer, owns Westland Construction. And some of the words that he wrote, and I'll quote, it says, he hates it because it's close to his house, but he also hates it because it's on the edge of ethically, where do we stop? And I thought that that language was obviously hateful. Those were his own words, inflammatory, and kind of discriminating on really the whole process of the laws that are set out that the council abides to. And so I just wanted to share those comments with you, and appreciate the opportunity to come forth.
Thank you. Any questions for this gentleman?
Thank
Come on up, Garrett. You still coming to the community center?
What's that?
You still going to the community center?
Occasionally, yeah. I'm into cycling more, but it's too dark in the mornings to cycle. I'm Garrett Banger. I'm a builder here in mostly Washington County. That's been my bread and butter for the last 10 years, probably. That's probably 80% of what I do is in Washington City, I should say. And, Garrett Banger. I actually have 10 buyers who have reservations down on those lower lots, and actually have buyers for all 4 of the upper lots, those 2-acre lots reserved as well. And I think it's a good project. And I say that because my buyers down below are worried about the SCAR. Buyers up above, they're nice big lots. They know they're not horse property, anything like that. I think they'll be nice homes. They're more like estate lots. But with the retaining the way it should be designed, it should get rid of that SCAR and be kind of a nice finish to that whole development in my mind. And so I think it's a good plan. Kent has been a stand-up guy on development. He stood behind his lots, and any issues that have come up, like very few developers I've seen, I don't think he's in this one at all for the money. I think he's in it to complete the project the way that it's going to look the best and complement the people's lots down below and protect them as well, especially those people who have a lot right against that big hill. It's sliding and eroding already. I was up hiking on that whole piece about a week ago or so, and it's eroding pretty heavy already. I know the guy who's maybe worried about somebody being above him behind, and he's really more closer to the wash, and the way those lots are shaped, I think it's lot 1 there. It'll just be backyard, it'll be above him, it'll just be retaining. I don't think he'll really see anything or have any issues with privacy, more than likely, the way I see it. And I don't know for sure, because it depends on what people do on that lot, but when they're that high up and the angle you're looking at, you don't see much anyway. And the SCAR will go away, and there'll just be nice retaining walls like are already back behind him already. So I just don't see it being a big issue personally. So I would recommend it.
Thank you, Garrett. Any questions for Garrett?
Questions?
Any additional comments?
Hi, my name is Michelle Dowley, and my husband and I are owners of the home in the corner in phase 4, and we're right along where that wash comes down. if you can tell where that's at. You know what I'm talking about? It's this one on, there's the top of the cul-de-sac, and then we're right here. It just looks like a white block right there. So we're bordering that wash right now. And so I feel like after we watched the online meeting a couple of weeks ago, and what you don't see in the transcript is I felt like the people that were hearing the plans, there was, it seems like to me, judgments of, why are you doing this? It seems like a lot of effort to go to for 4 lots, and it doesn't seem like a good idea. There was kind of, it seemed like to me, snickering and that kind of thing. And I was surprised when they voted it through. And also in that meeting, they talked a lot about the HOA and the current drainage plan that goes along right side of our house, and that has not been completed as it should be, so that you can get back there and clean it out as it needs to be. So to me, I feel like this project is a little bit of the cart before the horse, and that should be taken care of as far as the drainage for our house right now. And also the HOA plans. They said that there's an HOA in place, but we have not seen it as homeowners. So I'm not even sure what exactly that entails that concerns me. So anyway, as far as this project, I have concerns for the stability of it long term, and as far as also the aesthetic view of it with being right there below it. So that's all I want to say.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Todd Houghton. I happen to be the homeowner that has been talked about tonight, directly in relation to the west side of this proposed zone change. First and foremost, want to tell you guys thanks for what you do. You guys represent our city well. So from the bottom of my heart, I really do. I tell you guys thanks. I realize you've probably received my previous comments, so I won't speak to any of those. I do, however, want to speak a little bit to pulling my statements out of context. I don't feel that I need to explain myself to the gentleman that tried to pull out any hate. If you know me, I don't have a lot of hate for people. And so I believe my comments where he used those words were completely pulled out of context. You have to understand where I'm coming from as a homeowner who bought and was sold a piece of property and was told by a developer that this is going to remain open space. I do understand that open space can change. I'm in the construction industry. You don't have to teach me that side. So I get that part. I don't have any hate towards Kent at all. I have respect for him as a person, as a developer, and I do agree that he does a good job with the people in mind. My concerns, if I can shift gears, my concerns is going to be mainly more of a question back to the council. As issues arise in the future, who is stuck handling these issues? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you guys. If there's a failure at all, because things do fail, whether it's a seismic event or misengineering or any of that stuff, I would like to publicly know how that is handled. Maybe while you guys think about it, because to my knowledge, my comments that the gentleman misquoted represent a large majority of the neighborhood that is there, and also in other neighborhoods that have issues with common area that HOAs are supposed to take care of. And there are a lot of people that have issues dealing with problems with rock walls and mass retaining and erosion. And guess who gets stuck holding the bag? I do, and whoever's going to buy the lot that's above me. So part of the issue I have, and I apologize for using hate, Kent, I don't hate, but I was frustrated. I don't want to get stuck holding the bag on this, guys. I don't want to have a fight with a neighbor down the road. I don't know where the bounds meet. The city tends to say, well, that's a public issue, so that's between two homeowners. But at some point, to some extent, the homeowner inherits what was done as a development. And there's a lot of failures that were engineered. Rick, I'm not attacking you. Rick's done a great job. But the fact is that it does happen. And so I just want to know, how we handle that in the future, because I don't want to have a neighbor that's an enemy. I really don't. I don't want to have to come before the city and legally pull this thing up.
So,
Right
so let me
now-
ask you if I can, and I didn't interrupt you, but so what specifically are your, just be specific, what are your fears for the future? You've alluded to some of them, but I want to just.
Well, my largest fear is if a rock wall ever does fail because of erosion or any other natural cause. And I know it's easy to say, well, everybody could have that issue. And I agree. What I'm wondering though, that I want to know, I'd love to hear tonight, is how does a resident handle that? Because to my knowledge, when, and it's happening right now, when a homeowner has an issue because of the way a development was built, it's between the two homeowners. Or the city says, well, you go talk to the developer, and the developer is now 2 years, 3 years, 5 years gone down the road. And so now there's a lot of cost and expense that happens. My concern is, yeah, there's a small HOA point that is between my home and my property and this. There's also some large walls that if there ever was a failure, that would be a problem. But I think we can all agree that if there's a massive earthquake, everyone's going to have problems. But what I don't know is, A, how is that going to be fixed? And B, how does a resident like myself handle that in the future without having an issue? How do you guys, maybe it's not the city council that handles that, but how does the city handle a legal dispute or a legal issue?
Well, you're right. It would not come before the city council or a legal dispute on a failure in that way. And I'm certainly glad to have staff jump in if they want to correct me on anything. But that's one of the reasons why the city council recognizes that the laws, the ordinances, the designs, these things have to be upfront and done as well as we possibly can. Those are the places where we frankly kind of tread on people's property rights, but because we are living in a community, we all have to live together. We try and get that right, and we try and do that. We rely a tremendous amount on our engineers and the history of what has happened in the past in order to try and learn from that. And oftentimes we are running a little bit behind schedule, because we have to have houses built and actually put out there in order to recognize that there are problems. So, the Blue Clay, perfect example. That took this area by surprise, and there's other issues. So we're a legislative body is typically running behind the curve on an issue like that. But yeah, our focus in issues like this is to be in front of it. The public comment period is literally, that's one of the benefits of the public comment period. We get to hear some of the concerns, things that maybe from our expertise we would not have thought of, because we allow for different perspectives to enter into that. So we are very much more in front of the issue as opposed to behind the issue. So I don't realize it's probably not the answer that you wanted, but yeah, we all do have a bit of liability on ourselves as we live in communities and neighborhoods.
So you're saying the city will step in and have some liability then?
That's not what he said.
Oh.
If you have a dispute with your property owner next to it, that's just how law is you deal with your neighbor or your HOA. You discuss with your HOA, and if you have a problem, you can always, more welcome, go sue your developer. That's your recourse. The city here is looking at the zoning, and we're going to look at the city infrastructure to get to that lot. anything on private property, the city can't control. We can't control what you guys do in between. What we can do is say, okay, we have these rules in place to do the best management practice that we can build our subdivision. Now, one of those is our hillside ordinance. We understand that we went to professionals and said, hey, will you guys look at this? It's in a hillside, it has steep slopes, go evaluate it and give us that information and give us your best opinion. That's the best thing we can do. That we can't, as a city, say we're going to take all your liability on a hillside. No, there's risk in everything we do in life, and we look at the infrastructure, and as long as the developer is going by the rules and everything is engineered and works and say they're going to work, things happen, and then there's disputes, and it's unfortunate. And I agree with you. No one wants to have a fight with their neighbor.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's all right. I'll finish. It's okay. I do it to him all the time. So, but what I'm saying is that I feel your pain. I understand. I have a list of concerns right here. And a lot of these concerns have to be addressed at preliminary plat, not zoning.
I agree.
And so I would like to, and one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just tell them these are my concerns and I want them addressed at preliminary plat.
Yeah.
And so, and I love that the public comments here. I love that we have it open so that we can get these things. So there's things that we don't see that you see because you live right there.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone sees the scar. I've seen the scar for a lot of years. You know, one of the things on my list is, okay, are we creating a higher scar higher up the hill now? Yeah. So that's one of the questions I have for the developer, and I'm hoping he can answer it. But at this stage, it's not there yet, but I understand your concern, and I appreciate you bringing up those things so that we can address those, and that maybe they can address how they're going to address some of those issues.
So, sorry.
I'm gonna just jump in there because I misread his end, but I'm pretty sure he ended there. So, but I want you to think about this a little bit from the city standpoint. The city is you. The city is us. I mean, it's collectively us, and so we really don't want collectively to have that liability on the city. We want that to be upfront and more of a proactive approach with that.
So going back to the HOA being those that will be fighting the battle, if there is, to your knowledge, is this zone going to have its own HOA or be a part of any other HOAs?
The city council really doesn't have
You don't know
any
that.
bearing or anything to do with HOAs. But if I may shift gears just a little bit, Ms. Hunt, I printed the comments and have yours in front of me. I just wanted to clarify one. You mentioned that you represent many of the families that live directly west and below the zone change. And then you referenced that they did not receive notification. Do you feel like that notification was in error, or did they not fall within the scope of the proper notification procedure?
Well, to my knowledge, you guys send notifications to those within a 300-foot radius. If you think about that, that's a fairly small radius. If you're trying to talk about neighbors, they're going to be looking up at rock walls for the rest of their life. So yeah, I think there's an improper notification system in place there, which is where my email to my neighbors and friends that was apparently misquoted. But yeah, my frustrations were there. And so I sent it to some friends and said, hey, if anybody has comments, then it'd be great. Now's the time to do it. And that's only because I felt like the portal that was there, a 300-foot radius, wasn't providing the information, nor is the information that we're seeing on screen a part of it. And I understand that's part of the plat typical process, not a zoning process, but none of the neighbors, they're not in construction. They don't understand what's happening. I do, I can see it. And I have the knowledge to be able to dig and find this information that we're looking at here. But the public notification I got doesn't contain what we're looking at right now. So,
well, and I just want to clarify on this. They don't have to present this at a zone change.
I understand. Yeah,
they're using that to
I understand 100%. Yeah.
So I just want to make that clarification that they don't. And as far as the 300-foot, that's the state law.
Yeah.
So that's what we do. But we actually go above and beyond that. So we do the 300 feet plus, what is it, 30 homes? I don't know. So if there's not 30 people notified, then we have to go even farther until we get Drew.
Help us out with that, will you?
Yeah, it's 300 feet and with 30 minimum people with no duplications. So if I have some people, and it is not uncommon that they own 2 or 3 pieces, they only count as 1, not 4, if that makes sense. So you have to have at least a minimum of 30 individual property owners, or that bubble goes farther beyond 300 feet. So there's at least 30 people, if not more, Because sometimes you have more, like I could have a 300-foot bubble and have 117 people within that. You know, so it all depends on where it's at and the surrounding property owners.
But I want to kind of point out this situation here. This was a change that was made by the previous council when I was there. And so this is, in my estimation, this is a situation working, because we know that you're not going to be able to notify everybody. You notify some, and you do rely on neighbors to kind of notify each other. So I would kind of say that this is working, but I'm happy to hear, you know, if you don't.
Yeah.
Mr. Houghton, let me just add to Councilman Ford's comments, and that is, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the fact that you took interest and involvement in your community, and that's what makes, you know, America great. That's what makes Washington great, is the ability to do that, and we fully support that. And I appreciate you being here tonight, sharing your opinion.
Well, I do. Thank you guys, and hopefully you realize it's not. I'm not going to be mad or you know, have ill feelings towards anybody. As frustrations are there, nobody wants things like this to happen in your backyard, and so I've tried to be sensitive to that, but also share my personal feelings. And I understand that that's hard when you talk personal feelings in these types of settings. So I appreciate you guys helping me understand, if not anything else, but understand and the time that you guys have been here doing this. So we'll look forward to probably discussing this a little bit more as it preps for a plat.
Yeah. And I was going to mention that. I mean, because we look at this as a process. And This is just one piece in the process. We get a number of chances to kind of come back and look at this, and review certain aspects, and they come in the timing of this. So yeah, we don't get the chance to now just say good or bad, yes or no. We tend to just kind of move it along, because we do know that it's ugly. It's government. It's ugly. It's kind of messy and awkward, but it does work.
I understand, yeah, and that I hesitated, you know, jumping into this until a plat portion, but I also understand the legs that it will grow after it is approved on a zone, and so that's why I felt like the time was now, but sounds like it will be in the future as well. So,
well, the time was now too. I don't have a problem with you voicing your opinion. I think it's great, and I'm just letting you know, just so you don't feel like you're not being heard. But we're hearing you, but it might not be the appropriate time on this phase.
No, I understand 100%. So, okay, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Todd.
Like address you one more time and then I'm done. I like Todd. I have no real feelings towards anyone, and he's built a very beautiful home there, and I understand his concerns. And I've very much been cautious to try to watch over this. And Mrs. Daly, who came and addressed that drainage area there, that's all maintained by the HOA. The walls are not maintained by the HOA. The HOA doesn't have any walls around this project. Councilman Coates said they're basically between the homeowners. And I built on the north side of Todd's lot, a 16 or 18 foot wall. I'm very confident of it. My personal lot, which is to the south, I built about an 18-foot wall also. Very confident of that wall also. They are done under strict engineering standards. They're inspected from the bottom to the top, and they're basically start at the bottom of those streets and go all the way up, and vary in size, but from 3 feet, 4 feet to 10 feet in height. And I drove the subdivision just to the north yesterday. Prior to, the hills are very much like these inclines, and those homes are built on the same type of lots with big rock walls around them, probably 15 years ago. And the rocks, or the walls, all looked like they were still standing well. I built walls probably in the city for 15 years. Went and observed those again this morning to make sure, and they're all still doing well. So they do maintain. Yeah, there might be a failure here or there, but these are done under strict engineering standards. We follow standards, and I have a great company that builds them. I have high confidence in them. The HOA does not maintain those walls. It is done by the homeowners. So I appreciate that. And there again, no issues. I did receive the letter that Todd had sent out, and I take no offense at it. There were some points that were directed at me personally. However, I don't take it personally. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Colby Daly. My wife spoke just a few minutes ago. I will be very brief. First, appreciate your time and service to us. I know these nights must be very grueling. I certainly echo much of what Todd, Mr. Houghton has said, as well as my wife. I have great respect for Kent, and we have a great relationship. I purchased my lot from him, and we, of course, built just in that cul-de-sac as well. He's done a fine job with that development. I have no ill feelings either. I would just please ask to consider, as you explore this this opportunity for the development. It's been said, but I want to say it again and just echo what Todd has said and various others, individual homeowners that I've spoke to in the area. Just my biggest concern has nothing to do with the aesthetic nature of things. He's done a great job with those walls. They look good. I'm not concerned about that. Mine is longevity, the stability of those. And I understand we've already identified who that is upon, but I expect that the same standards will be followed of what has already been done, but that is a large, massive wall. And I'm just concerned. You can appreciate that living below that. I know you can't see the elevation changes there, but we're right below that. And again, nothing on Kent, nothing on the engineers. I know they're preparing and being cautious and providing all of that, but there are concerns that can come crashing down. And so as you explore and continue, please just be diligent in reviewing those items is what we would ask. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Ward aye.
IDI.
Goat's eye.
Bundy, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you.
So Mayor, before we leave, can I address some of my concerns that I would hope for the following, just so that they're prepared, just list them. I'm concerned about the drainage with the walls and the access to the drainage to maintain the drainage. Who will maintain the drainage? Ditches. The wall type, it was addressed in the hillside, but I had it on my list. And then I had the zones. I asked, should there be 1 acre, but I understand 15,000 is probably adequate because our next step is 1 acre, but it's agricultural. And then I mentioned the scar going up. Are we creating a worse scar higher up? I'd like to have that addressed. And then I think that's all I have. So a few concerns. It's mostly with drainage, how to deal with the walls and the drainage. So
Those will be on written record. So
thank you.
questions? Mr. Rasmussen can refer to that. Those will be written. No, yeah,
I'm just saying.
not tonight. I'm just saying it will be. It's on a written record, and if you didn't remember those questions, you can refer back to those. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. We'll move on to item 8, ordinance. Consideration to approve an ordinance adopting zoning change request Z-21-01. Request from agricultural minimum 20 acre A20 to single family residential 15,000 square foot lots R15 located approximately at 300 East Skyview. Applicant Bill Cox.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the Z-2101 is completed its 2-week holdover. It's now ready for council action. Just to remind you, the Planning Commission at their meeting by a vote of 3-1 recommended approval of Z-21-01 for the zone change request from the agricultural 20 acre minimum to the proposed single family residential 15,000 square foot minimum R115 zoning designation onto you, the City Council. I'll be glad to answer any questions that might have come up in your 2-week thought process.
If there are no questions, Councilman Bundy, I make a motion that we approve ordinance adopting zone change request Z 2101 to zone change from minimum 20 acre A20 zone to single family residential minimum 15,000 lots located at 300 East Skyview Drive.
Second by Councilman Coates.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Eddie, aye.
Ward eye.
Haley, aye.
Thank you. We'll go on to item B. Consideration to approve an ordinance adopting zone change request Z-21-02, requesting amending PUD use and plan site for Red Trails at Sunrise Valley subdivision located approximately 400 South Country Way. Applicant Midden LLC. Sorry about that.
So the one question I have is probably for the applicant on when they're going to build the park on this. Are we going to do it in phases still? We're going to do the whole park? What's the plan at this point?
Adam Allen, Bush and Gudgel, here to represent the applicant. So it's set up to where with a 50% build, they're gonna make sure that the whole park's built. We have received comments back now from Public Works on the park. Sheds are just waiting to start building the park. I think that
Plan now is to build the entire park right now.
I think he's gonna build, I don't know if he's gonna build the entire park right now. The question I haven't asked him specifically. So I don't, as it's set up from before, like I said, they have to have the whole park built, but the phase is pretty much they build the bathrooms in the parking lot and they're already pretty much to the point where they have to build the next phase. And then after that, it's the whole park. So it's not going to take very long for them to get that whole park.
I understand that. I'm all about, I actually like the product. There's just nowhere for the kids to play.
Okay.
I actually really like the product. I think it's a good product. I'm just like, let's get that park built so these people have places to play.
Yeah.
And I need grass for those kids to play on. So let's get it done. So that's why I asked the question. So
That's all I got. Sorry.
Very good.
Hey, Mayor, if I may, just remind you, the vote on this by your planning commission. You guys were so eager to get in on that one. The planning commission by a vote of 3-1 again recommended approval of Z-2102 for this PUD design on this project. And so that's for you again. Staff's only concern was the closeness of the lots again.
Councilman Staley, any questions on this one?
Yeah, I have a question. Bear with me for just one moment here. On this, this is pod 3 we're looking at. And it's in regards to the trail that goes through pod 2 to Sunrise Valley Park. And I realize that it's probably not a concern now, but it looks like these have the potential to be separate HOAs. And where we're really relying on Sunrise Valley Park to be the amenity, for this development, I would like some assurances that those individuals living in this pod, pod 3 development are going to have access to that trail without being inhibited by some, association or neighbors who feel like they're infringing on, walking down that trail and through that common area to get to the park. Is that something that could be addressed at final plat, or how could you see that be addressed properly, Drew, or the applicant?
In thinking about that, probably first thing that comes to my mind is a note in the general notes section for the final plat, say in pod 2, whatever phase that is, that the proposed trail that's part of that design is is for all of the, you know, the whole PUD development within this area as a mode of transportation, let people get from their pods to the park. Something in that effect, just having a note on the final plat. Then, you know, no CCNR could override that in any way. It's part of the, you know, the notes on the final plat, that there'll always be a public access for all, you know, residents of the development. Something to like that.
Yeah, this is Adam Allen again with Bush and Gudgel. So yeah, we'll make sure that we put a public access easement over that trail area. That way that nobody can stop them from going across that.
Is it one HOA or multiple HOAs?
As of right now, it's only one HOA, but I haven't actually asked the question because there's only one that's completely built. It's one, you know, pod 1 is on there. So
one master planned HOA, I'd assume it's all one HOA for the whole development.
Sorry, I don't know that answer. I assumed it was, but I don't know.
Well, it sounds like we have it resolved though with the public access easement across that on the final plat.
You okay with that, Councilman Staley?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a fine solution. The other question I had is if the applicant could just speak generally to the to this landscape detail that's on the screen. Is the green actually grass? Is this all of the common grassy area in pod 3?
So you're talking just up in those areas that we kind of.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I do tend to like the product. I have concerns with the 7-foot, you know, setbacks between the homes. I wish there were more. I'm not necessarily calling out for additional amenities, but I do wish there was a little more common area space where, you know, people could, you know, throw a ball or just kind of gather a little bit. It's just a lot of rows of houses there. And I know you're trying to, you know, make an affordable product, but I had kind of hoped that that there might be a little more common area, if not necessarily more amenities.
Yeah, as of right now, I mean, that's pretty much the only grassy areas we have. It's kind of what's shown in there. Everybody's kind of got their own little backyard. And then we're hoping that they'll all congregate at the park.
The park that's not being totally built right now.
It'll.
That's my only comment. So I'm all about it. I
get
agree
it.
with you
I
100%, but
get
it's
what
not
you're saying.
based on the way we did our phasing that I'm not saying we didn't agree to it, but now you're asking for a new zone change. I'm just saying build us a field. I'm not saying all of them.
I don't want to build a field either that doesn't get used.
Well, it'll get used if you have homes there.
Well, it'll have to be in before 50% of the homes are in.
No, it'll get used day one.
Yeah.
If you have a field, it'll get used at day one.
I think that we're working on trying to get it built. So, and I think right now, I don't even know if there's actually a homeowner that lives out there. So.
Well, not yet, but.
No, I agree. I agree with that.
Day one, you have one homeowners, it's going to get used.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we can get at least a portion of the grass field. Maybe Bob has more input on the decision on that. I don't want to. I know we talked.
Bob Hermanson with Bush and Gudgel. Drew or whoever's running it, can you go back over to the park just so we can know what we're talking about? Yeah, so you know, 50% is the building permit. What was that? Maybe that.
Sorry, I was just saying that you have to build the LID right now, right?
The second phase builds the whole bottom of the pond, so
yeah, and I would agree with that, and I think that makes sense. But maybe the LID might take care of it by itself, but maybe on the building permit side, instead of it being the 50% on the building permit side, I mean, maybe that's different. But I think I'm kind of changing my thought first, so it may make more sense just to hang our hat with the LID on the bottom instead of doing that. So I think that makes sense.
Is that we have to do the LID anyways based on our new regulations. So let's just get that area grassed.
Sure. Which is the green area, just so we know what we're talking about, was that bottom.
Pretty much that whole bottom.
Right. All the green spot down there at the bottom.
So we'll get the parking lot, the grass area, and then I understand the rest, but
yeah, I think we're good. I think let's do that.
I just want some grass for that first kid that's sitting out there trying to play.
We're good with that because that's exactly right. I'm sorry, I don't know who's running that. Yeah, I think that we're good to go.
Hey, so before you guys leave there, I just wondering if you got entangled with a bicycle again. Have you not learned to
No,
stay
not
away from those
again.
things?
Yeah,
Or
I
was it just Adam strong on
It
you?
was Adam. Yeah, that's why I'm here tonight now.
Hopefully
Just-
you're getting better.
It was two wheels, but it was a dirt bike this time instead.
okay.
I'm
Be
dumber now than I
careful.
was younger. When I was younger, I'm stupider now than I was then. But I think we're good with that if that makes more sense. All right. Any other questions?
Hey, Councilman Staley, any additional questions?
Yeah, I didn't know if I heard for sure that the green is actually grassy area at the northeast side of pod 2.
Can we scroll back to, the northeast side of, right there, the trail system. And so that is, there will
No,
be,
excuse me, pod 3. Excuse me, pod 3, the one we're dealing with tonight.
Sure.
You have
there is turf in that area, but it is desert landscaping as described there. And so we do have some green space, but the whole thing is not turf. It will be, basically we have some shade areas with the landscaping with the turf area, and the rest of it will be rock with plantings around that. And so it is desert landscaping, right? It's not all grass.
But the green here that you see here is a little bit of
Correct.
grass.
Yep, that's right.
The rest around it is desert landscape.
Correct. Yep.
I'm just verifying that the green is grass.
Yeah.
I understand the desert landscaping.
Correct. Trying to give some actual coolness, right? Where you can act physically cool, not cool as in fun, but yeah, I guess that's true as well. But being able to be usable, but not all rock, but not all grass.
I have just one clarification. There's a lot of good conversation there. So what did we decide about building?
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we add in the LID portion grass with this phase.
Yeah, which with this in pod 3.
In pod 3.
Yeah, with phase 1 of pod 3.
Phase 1 of pod 3.
Yep. Yep, that's what I understand we're agreeing to.
So if we're ready,
Are you ready? Councilman Staley, you ready?
Yes.
I'll make a motion. We approve ordinance adopting zone change request Z-21-02. We requested amending PUD use on the site plan for Red Trails at Sunrise Valley subdivision with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the additional condition that the LID area of the park, of the Sunrise Valley Park, be constructed with phase 1 of the pod 3 subdivision.
Do we need to add the trail easement?
That'll be taken care of the final plat. I mean, do you think we need to?
And that's right. And that's also for pod 2. That's right.
Yeah, it's on Pat. We just need to remember that, I guess.
Ward second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Ward aye.
Mayor, I apologize for commenting after the second was taken, but I need to explain my vote. I had concerns from the onset with the setbacks. I still have those. I will probably never be in favor of a project that doesn't create more living space for the residents. Ivy is nay.
Coates aye.
Bundy, aye.
Daily aye.
All right, that passes 4-1. Need a motion to table item C, please.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to table ordinance adopting zone change request Z-21-04, a request amending PUD use and site plan located approximately Main Street and Washington Parkway.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to table. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates aye.
IDA.
Ward aye.
Daily aye.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just ask Councilman who made the motion to put a date on that for me?
Date for what?
Well, you tabled it. You need to table it to a date.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, so it just needs to be the 24th, if that's what you feel.
That'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I got to have that in there, so thank you.
Move on to item D, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting general plan amendment G-21-01. Request to change the land use designation from low density to neighborhood commercial. Property is located at 580 East Washington Dam Road, applicant Kimball Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. This also has completed its 2-week holdover, ready for your action. I will get to your planning commission motion, remind you that they unanimously recommended approval of G-2101 to amend the general plan land use map from the current low-density residential to the proposed neighborhood commercial designation. On to you, the city council. Be glad to answer any questions.
Drew, could you address for just a second concept of neighborhood commercial? I know, you know, we have the old term of spot zoning, and I know in recent years we talk a lot about having neighborhood commercial. I guess in my view, neighborhood commercial would be in one given area, but it seems like we have, if we were to approve this for neighborhood commercial, and we have commercial across the street, down on the corner, it seems like we're putting neighborhood commercial everywhere. Can you help me to see that, understand, you know, the concept of neighborhood commercial rather than having a commercial spot here and there and on every corner?
Well, again, neighborhood commercial by definition in your general plan is kind of set aside for small scale commercial uses, catering to surrounding residential areas is the definition of neighborhood commercial. I apologize. I have no idea what happened to my map. It's acting very strange, but anyway, I hope that kind of did or didn't probably answer what you were looking for, but so again, you know, they're made to be small pockets, I guess is the best way to explain that.
Show me, so yeah, if you, it looks like you're working in on that.
Yeah, sorry, it just went haywire there for a second, so I'm gonna zoom down in on this aerial so you can kind of see it. This is our area right here where my big arrow is flashing. This whole piece right here. Washington Fields Road and Washington Dam Road.
Could you just highlight the other neighborhood commercial? Just bring up the zoning on it.
Yeah, let me grab my pencil here. And it's this area right here.
No, I realize that that's the area we're looking at. What I'm, Councilman Bundy had referred to some other neighborhood commercial in the area.
Oh,
I'm just wanting
well,
to,
you don't have any other neighborhood commercial. You do have PUD piece that was given down on this corner right here. So this area was given as part of that. If you remember that big PUD that took up this whole Nyson area, this corner right here, sorry, my mouse is kind of moving around, but this area was given a PUD commercial designation. Other than that, I don't have any other neighborhood commercial close by.
I mean,
Drew, is there not commercial, I guess designate that in the neighborhood just south of the peak there on the northeast corner of the, just down just a little bit and across, maybe I'm wrong on this one. I thought there was some right there as well.
No, there's no other commercial in here.
Okay.
There was at one time a while back, this was designated on the general plan. But then when they came in with a whole zone area for, you know, Roy's alfalfa field here, this corner down here at 2000 South and Washington Fields Road was awarded PUD commercial. So they'll have to bring a whole design into you folks at a later date. But that's as close. I mean, I'll try to zoom out a little bit and I'll turn on your general plan for you. You know, and so that piece was designated, but it never was zoned that way. It ended up going down here. And other than that, there's no other till you get over to this industrial area.
remind me,
Let me take that off and give you your zoning.
what was the pink there? Sorry.
The pink? That's the two churches with the civic, you know, our lovely civic conversation. But that's the two churches, the twin churches in that pink.
And then you were going to the zoning.
Yeah, this was general plan, then I was turning on your zoning. And I'm not sure why we have a misprint right here. This should be PUDC, where this green is right here, where I'm doing my arrow.
And then the darker green is,
That's residential agricultural half-acre minimums. And that's what the zoning is on this piece you're looking at, is RA half.
so, yeah, I mean, we kind of this interesting, Councilman Bundy, I'm not sure where you're going with your comment about the commercial. I'm just getting a sense of where to put that. We have comments of people who they don't want commercial in the fields, and they're happy to just go and drive to other places. The problem is we're getting to a state with the city where driving to other places is literally driving through other people's neighborhoods, and so we have a real kind of need for getting some commercial in the city in areas that makes a lot of sense.
And I think that's the concept with the neighborhood,
Yeah.
having a commercial area. But it just seems like they're kind of popping up everywhere.
Well, it's kind of
you know, and I don't know what the bottom, you know, what the end result should be. That's why I'm not sure.
One of the concerns I have is we're getting all these commercial pieces that, I mean, they were never intended to be commercial pieces in the first place. We have these major roads that are becoming major roads, and they're just not ideal commercial pieces in general. I mean, the example I have is the one right off Telegraph. It's just not big enough for a commercial piece. I'm concerned that this one might not be big enough for a commercial piece. Like, it's linear, but it's not deep. So I just be concerned about that we're zoning these, and maybe they're not the best locations in general. I mean, theoretically, it's a great location for commercial because it's on the busy roads. I mean, but
well, in some ways, you know, you're kind of back to the PCD, but you like the idea of having some control over like what commercial goes there. There is some, because this area is virtually completely grown. Well, I guess there's another field to the side of it, but there's so much growth there. You really want to be careful with what goes in there.
and I agree with that, and I actually think the PCD is the way to go on this one, like we talked about on other ones, because of the constraints we have. So that's where I'm struggling with it. Is it's not like it's, hey, it was always planned to be commercial. I don't think it was. It was, I mean, the house has been there, what, 25 years, 30 years? I don't know.
But the homeowner has a point with saying this is going to be a difficult property to sell to.
100%. I don't think he can sell it.
And the very traffic and congestion that is a problem for the area is also a benefit in some cases for certain types of commercial. But you would want to not complicate that area. Can we see the master plan road design through there? You're gonna. My understanding is part of the reason that the applicant wants to sell the property is taking some land off the front of his property there. So how far in is the city intending to take for that road?
If you look and see the white property line on Washington Dam on Kimball's parcel, that's basically the width of the road.
You know, this last week, I actually pulled in the driveway of this house because I honestly just wanted to feel for what people would deal with, the folks that lived there. And as I was sitting in the driveway trying to back out, I remembered that the original road was to the north that would come in to the Washington Dam Road area. As I thought about it, you know, I had a couple of thoughts. My first thought was, is this really, as a residential property, is quite unsafe? And is it a good idea to transition to another residence that would have the same initial problem? And widening the road, putting it back within, as you can see, it just makes that a bigger problem. So in my estimation, the city has just grown up around this property. And, you know, it's one of those things that, what is the best interest of the city? Is it a residential undertaking, which would give me pause because I wouldn't want to pass a burden onto them. And there's ways, you know, in theory that you could mitigate it. You move the house back and you create a circular drive, all those things. I know, I understand that, but I just am, I'm wondering that when you put kids on that intersection or future development, the major concern that I have is that even though I don't see it as an ideal commercial location, I just cannot see it as a residential location in the future. Just my thoughts.
Hey, Drew, so you highlighted something off there to the right, like we could read that. No, I just wondered if you could tell me what that said.
Well, you asked to put on the transportation. And so that pinkish color or mauve down here, I just circled, what that is a minor arterial 85-foot road. And if you notice, I only have one other road bigger than that, you know, in our city as one of our designated streets, and that's the 106-foot wide street. So it's the second highest size of street that Washington City has. And it's again, a minor arterial, and there's only one bigger, and it's a major arterial.
Well, I don't like houses frontage on roads. We still have a few holdouts on Telegraph where residents are fronting Telegraph.
Councilman Staley, you have a comment on this one?
You know, what I've been thinking about, just trying to look at this objectively and from, you know, a proper land use standpoint, I have concerns about the phasing or the transitioning from one zone to another. I mean, obviously right now we're looking at a general plan designation, but that comes with associated zonings. I do have concerns when we're going from low density residential, very low density residential, this piece entirely surrounded by a residential to a neighborhood commercial, which might be more abrupt than I'm comfortable with what would be either a administrative and professional or a C1 commercial zoning. So, you know, I tend to lean towards maybe some of those traditional phasings or transitionings into maybe a little bit higher density residential, possibly some very light administrative and professional, but I'm really not hip on any type of retail or C1 or conditional use permit type commercial. And I share what I think were concerns that Councilman Bundy brought up with spot zoning, especially on a piece that is only 3.74 acres. And again, just trying to look at this objectively, understanding the owner of the property, you know, the neighbors, you know, and our efforts to try to do what's best for the, you know, for the entire community.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions for Drew?
Well, you're going to end up, I mean, you're either going to deny it and not let him build anything except for houses that fit in the current zoning, or you're going to put in some higher density, which I don't think helps you.
So well, I actually would be more comfortable with the PUD commercial on this piece.
Well, I
Like
would too.
so, I mean, but currently neighborhood commercial, I don't think is appropriate with the constraints that we have to deal with the size of the parcel. And so that's what I'd like to see so that we can see what their plan is and help mitigate any concerns that the adjacent property owners do have as much as we can.
Drew, explain your writing there to me. What are you saying?
Well, I was just letting you, so those who want to know, you know, the NCOM neighborhood commercial allows for two different zones: administrative professional, that's what the PAP is, or the C1 zoning. You could just go PUD. You don't even have to designate it C right now, because I really don't have a differentiation in my general plan. We just allow for a PUD, but you could say, you know, that it could be looked at for commercial on that. And, you know, those are your options. Or
I think is the applicant on, Drew?
Yes, he is. Him and his son both, I think, were on.
Can I ask a question real quick to the other council members, real quick, before we bring on the applicant? When you think about commercial uses in a PUD, are you thinking more in terms of like C1 type uses or administrative and professional type uses, or potentially even some higher density and professional office? I mean, what kind of do you have in mind there?
Me personally, I don't have anything in mind. I just want to be able to see it. I think
Yeah,
they
that's-
can propose what they want to do, and we can look at it. I mean, I'm more concerned about where the buildings are placed and the layout that affects the adjacent property owners. That's what I'm concerned about.
You've got so much build out around it that there are certain applications that would fit there, but you would want to see them. You'd want to kind of know what they were.
That's my concern. Now, I'm not saying we do I'm not saying high density commercial at all. So what would you like to see, Councilman Staley?
You know, I think there could be some sort of a higher density, not necessarily high density, but possibly some professional office, but something that phases and transitions a little more gently than what the C1 in the NCOM would offer. So that's where I am, and maybe a PUD is the right answer. But I do have reservations just because of this is a small piece, and it's entirely surrounded by residential uses. I get the fact that it's on a busy road and a road that will be busier. So maybe a PUD does give the flexibility of an owner to come back and find something that will work. But those are my concerns. My concerns would be spot commercial and an abrupt transition of phasing.
And the PUD, and I guess in my estimation, is that it gives us a way forward that, we can look at it and bring it back to us.
Well, if we do a PUD, they can also do a PUD residential on the zone if they choose to change their mind. I'm not saying they will, but
If the applicant's on the line, I'd love to hear him respond to the conversation.
Can I make just one real quick comment on this? A few years back, Mr. Gardner did try to bring in a residential development on here. The issue he has is he doesn't have enough depth in that property to build a road, and we won't allow multiple accesses onto the road. So he really didn't have enough property to come in and do a residential development in there and build that road within the development to access the houses. And also, this I know is not a public hearing, but as a resident that basically lives across the street from this, I wouldn't mind seeing commercial in here much more than a multifamily residential.
Mike, will you say that again, please?
Well, as a resident that lives across the street, I would rather see it come in as a commercial than a multifamily residential.
so do we have the applicant that, thank you, Mike. Appreciate your comments on letting us know. That was one of my concerns on the depth on any piece of it. So thank you.
Hello, this is Kimball. Can I speak now?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, take a look at what's going on up the street. They're going to build a 550 subdivision right south of the landfill. That's going to put all that traffic on that road then. How would you ever put houses and stuff on that piece of property? If this is zone C1, we would have to tear my house down, tear everything down, and zone it somewhere else because of the width of the road. Like they said, it'll be the second widest road in Washington. We just need to take a look at it, and then you go up the road less than 1 mile, and you got the fire station. Then you got commercial from there on up, storage units. Bear Storage just put their units in up there. It goes on all commercial from there on up for the next mile and a half, and then it goes back into residential again. We're not asking for anything else. When I built my house here 30 years ago, there was no houses to the north of me. There was no houses to the south of me for 15 years. And then all of a sudden, all these people wanted to come in and build their houses and put up their 6-foot high wall fences between myself and them. And I never said one thing about what they did. And all I'm asking now is for some consideration of letting me do something with my own personal property.
Understand that, Mr. Gardner. So you've been listening to the conversation here. Can you maybe respond to the discussion about the PUD?
Yes, sir. What can you possibly do with the PUD?
You can do anything as far as it's open. It's an open kind of canvas, and you have to bring it in and present to the council what you are proposing.
But then I have to start over again. I don't want to build anything myself. I'm done building.
We understand. Similar to just to help you, it's similar to a commercial zone. On this general plan, you wouldn't start over. You would get your general plan as a PUD. And then your PUD, whoever purchases the property has the right to come in with what you need.
And that's exactly what they would want to do. Yes, sir.
So I think what we're asking is the application says neighborhood commercial. I have some concerns. I won't speak for the council about doing straight neighborhood commercial on the general plan, but I'm open to a PUD because then we get some insight on how we design this layout.
So I'm just thinking out loud here a little bit, but if the non-com was granted as a general plan, and then the applicant came back with a PUD, not general, but zoning for that area, that would fit, that would work, correct?
You can do a PUD anytime.
Well, I'm just saying that, we're here, the
They don't.
applicant making the request for that.
I understand. And I'm not trying to sway him. I'm just saying I'm concerned about not having a PUD and expecting a PUD when they come in for a zoning. Now they could, but they don't have to, right? They can come in with an AP or a C1 as their zoning. And then it's straight zoning and we don't. I'm just concerned with the size of the parcel for a commercial piece. So
traffic.
And so that's all I'm saying. I understand. I feel for the applicant as far as the situation that he's in right there. He said he didn't plan on having lots of homes everywhere when he built his house. His home is beautiful. I am super concerned about losing all those.
Any additional comments, Kimball?
No, the only thing I want to do is look at the safety aspect of it as well. To pull out on our driveway onto the road right now is it's a hazardous. Every day I think, okay, Kimball, you're going to get it today. And as Mike addressed this, you're going to widen the road. What else can you do on there? Because then if they widen the road, they're going to only give us so many approaches into the piece of property. And I think it was 2, according to that map that you originally showed right there. It is a hazard right there on the corner, turning off of the Washington Fields Road onto the Dam Road. I agree with that. And but it's going to be even worse on my house if I can't get into my driveway to the west, or I can't get into my driveway on the north or the east, excuse me, as well as in the garage at my house. Gosh, guys, I don't envy you at all making decisions like this. I've been through this time after time after time. I built a lot of houses in St. George, and I understand what you're up against. But whatever you decide, I will support you, and we just want to do it in a good, safe manner. Thank you.
So, Mr. Gardner, are you opposed to a PUD general plan amendment? Or
no, I'm not opposed to it. I don't know the best thing to do to utilize the property. I don't know what you would utilize the property for. When Monty Holly was on the property or on the planning and zoning, he voted against it, and then he turned right around and wanted to to buy it for Westland Construction and put an office building in and use it, all the area there in the red for storage. But it had to be zoned commercial in order to do that. So that went right out the door. So I don't know what the best plan is. You guys help me out on that one, will you?
Kimball, it's Councilman Staley here. You know, I obviously I expressed some reservations about a straight commercial zoning, but there are things I like about the PUD zoning because it would give some flexibility for, it sounds like, what would be a future owner to come in and work with the property, you know, with the existing house, with the unique constraints, with the council to find something that fits. And certainly this is a unique spot to me. If PUD or PUD commercial makes sense, it might make better sense here on the corner of the Dam Road and Washington Fields Road than it does on 2000 South. I think this does give a little more flexibility, and it might even be a way to, you know, to mitigate the concerns with some custom zoning, you know, with the neighbors that are concerned with what might come in as well.
And I realize that too. I've been their neighbors, I've gone to church with them, I've associated with them. They're all great people, and I would probably be the same way that they are right now if they were zoning this in my backyard. But I don't know what else to do with the property. That's my biggest concern right now. What do you do with a house you can't get out on the road and a field that you can't use? You see what I'm saying? And then if you widen that road up the Washington Dam Road, are you going to widen it from just to the end of my property, or are you going to widen it all the way up to above Skeens, which is the property just above mine and across from the fire station?
I think we'll widen it as development comes. Unless Mike Shaw has a different story that we have a plan to widen it right now.
Well, the property to the east of them, I don't know that it's going to develop very soon. And we're going to be needing to widen that road probably sooner than any development happens there. So it'll probably be a small project. It's only missing one lane and curb gutter sidewalk. It'd probably be a project the city would tackle in the future with the increased traffic demand.
Do we keep the trees?
No, the trees. White line goes right through the trees.
Well, I think we can actually put the sidewalk on backside of the trees.
That'd be nice.
I know when the trees were planted, they actually came to the city, and I personally went out and measured across the road. But I think that was so many years ago, we might even have been a 6
feet. It's 5 feet short. One that was 5 feet long when you done that. Just kidding.
But yeah, that's a concern. I'd love to leave the trees, and if it's moved the sidewalk to the backside of the trees, that's what we would do.
Kimball, this is Councilman Ivey. I think that I know the PUD is kind of a new idea, and you haven't had a chance to review it and look at it, but essentially you'll be able to do a lot of the same things with the recommendation from Mr. Shaw that commercial just really isn't, or excuse me, the residential isn't viable there because of the depth of the property. I think if PUD would work well for you, it doesn't limit your ability and it gives options. What really the big difference is that as you decide on what you want to do there, your proposals come to the council and we discuss them. That really is the only big change. So I think a way going forward is to go ahead with a PUD and then give you time to look at it and then bring it forward from that point, if that sounds okay.
Yep, let's just go ahead and get her done, boys. I appreciate your help and I appreciate your opportunity to let me speak.
Thank you, Kimball. Any additional
You're welcome.
questions, Chris?
No, thank you.
And with that, if there's no comments, I will make a motion that we ordinance adopting general plan of 21-01, the request to change the land use density from low density to PUD property located at 580 East Washington Dam Road.
Ward second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats eye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Kimball.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Item 9, award of bid consideration to award the bid for the Washington City Cemetery Expansion Project Phase 3. Glenn Evans, how are you, Glenn?
Well, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good evening. Well, the cemetery received 3 bids for the expansion project. And after the opening yesterday afternoon and reviewing it with Tom Nyson over at Sunrise, we're recommending that Royalty Enterprises receive the contract.
Glenn, I actually read the briefing document from Sunrise Engineering. They said that there was some small corrections on their recommendation. Do you know what those consist of?
The original estimated quantity on the landscape curb, on the decorative column, originally we had 12 and changed that to 11, so that lowered their final price down to $334,153.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
So here on the bid document, can you walk me through everything that's included in this bid?
I can give you a little bit of a synopsis on what I know about it.
What exactly?
There'll be some concrete walkways, a roadway to access in, kind of in the middle of the cemetery, the old and the new. There'll be some concrete and block walls.
Do we have the
walls.
designs for that? What are we working off of?
Yes, it was uploaded.
Yeah, there's some drawings there
in the packet. It's a 2 acres approximate. It will be 1,440 plots added. And there will be some concrete pathways going up the middle, so it's easier access for the vehicles, and then turning, easier for turning. And then also a path going to the north and across for potential future cremation garden.
Do you have any kind of an estimation, considering previous numbers, as to how long this proposal will serve the needs of the city with 1,400?
3 weeks.
Yeah, that's generally how it is. They would say for a size, for an area half that size, 10 years, and this last section went in about 5 or 6 years. So I would say 15 years.
Well, I'd recommend that if they're going to go that fast, like they probably will, let's make sure that we stay on top of that next section.
Yes, I've been speaking with Barry, and there is a proposed site already.
Well, I guess that's kind of my point. Is I mean, we've been talking about a need for this for a long time. I really expected to see this come before the council for some input prior to bidding out and moving on it. I realize that at this point we're really in dire straits for it, but yeah,
I'm concerned where we're. I mean, I know it was. Sorry, now I'm cutting you off, Councilman. Sorry, but my first thought was we're just losing grass field, and I know that's been the plan, but we don't have a plan in place to get the grass field back, and we're already short. And now I see kids playing soccer on that all the time, and now we're going to cut them off, and we don't have a plan. I'm just nervous about it. Well, I know they'll love us, but all the parents and the kids.
but I don't know anybody who's really looking for the love.
I am, as long as they provide us water.
You know, I can add a little bit of insight to that. When I was on the council years ago, we were running out of plots at the original cemetery, and really there had been no land acquired or planned to build a separate new location for a cemetery. So this was what we could do, because again, it was right upon us. So that was when this expansion over that grass area was basically the option that the staff brought forward with to the council at that time. But certainly the bigger question is where's our next cemetery going to be? And I know we've had some maps and things, but that's a conversation I've been starting as well.
Well, I think that's fine. There's just a lot of different conversations about this. I thought some of this was still up in the air and in the works, and I fully expected to see it kind of come before council as a workshop item to kind of work through it, because I knew we were up in the air. So that personally, that's what I would like to see. I'd like to see it come back before the council as a workshop, talk about where we're at. I don't want to get back in the same situation where we don't have any more plots and we have to just take the next option and move on for it. I'd like to see us planning a little bit more on it.
And the next section that would be considered Sienna Hills, they have some designated area within that development for,
The area that Barry was discussing was along Washington Parkway and Main Street, near that corner, the Washington Parkway. There was a site there, I believe it was 8 acres. And it's only in discussion. I just found out about it last week, but we are talking about it now.
Well, and I think I don't know if we need to make this a more regular part of the council to just stay up on top of it to make sure we don't get into a situation where we're basically out again, and that we're proactively looking ahead to the next and the next and the next, so that we. I still think that there's probably some adjustments that still need to be made to. What do? We change that, the cost to residents versus non-residents. Part of the problem is
That's been changed. The cost of plots.
Yeah, we kind of made one little movement on that. We were basically the cheapest in the area, and we were selling them out. So then
Probably not.
I think but again, I'd like to have a discussion where we kind of look at that and kind of look at what, excuse me, we look at where we are priced out in the area, how much effect that's had on, I don't really want to go into that right now, but look at how much effect that's had on how quickly we're selling some of these plots out, and make some decisions, if that was enough of a movement. That's all.
Okay, so not quite
you can pull it down.
So currently, our out-of-area sales are double the price of our current plots. So for a resident of Washington City, they're $500. Non-resident, they're $1,000, and that's pretty compatible with every other one in this county that we found.
Do we have many non-residents? Do you have a feel for that at all? That come and buy plots here,
Oh, yeah.
non-residents? We
Oh,
do
yeah.
have a number of them.
A lot of people that grew up in Washington
Oh.
want to come back. We have people that lived here for years and years and have moved away to live with family or rest home, pass away, and then they want to come back. So we have a lot of that.
But we don't have just generally people from across the
Yeah.
county that comes and buys them just because they're cheaper.
Sometimes,
They do actually.
yeah, we have everything.
Denise, do we know approximately how many lots are still available before we start sweating?
I believe what I put in your packets, I think it was 16. 16,
16
and since
lots
the
is all we
time
have
I
left?
did this, we've sold 2. So we're down to 14. And they're single. So what we can offer right now, and what we've done just in the last burial, was we intern them. And then once the cemetery's done, we'll disinter them on our cost and move them over to the new area, because we have family that want to come, just like the one that's coming.
How many days?
I do know,
next
and
week.
Councilman Staley may remember this, that whole soccer field eventually we understood would become cemetery
I
and
recall that from
and
years
the
ago, that
baseball
that was the
fields.
intent. But, I mean, I
But we-
understand the
and-
question, the concern about no soccer, no
I only
grass.
bring it up because we're talking about it now.
Well-
I just think we got to replace the field somewhere.
But let's be correct, though. We're talking about it like this was decided back then, but in numerous times we've talked about those fields and replacing them and the loss of those fields. We've just never really finished that conversation. So yes, there were previous councils who have taken a stab and said, yeah, like if we run out, this is an option, or this is probably where we ought to go. But there's been multiple times when we've also lamented the loss of those fields and what are we going to do? And we're still there. And I'd like to just see this come up. Let's just plan it out. Let's be a little more proactive with it and set it aside and just say, look, how are we going to move forward here? I just don't want to be in this situation again where we're forced to take action because we're out.
No, I'll just add some comments to that, and that is, it'd be a sad day if our city ever lost the ball fields, the baseball fields that are there. So I hope that we can plan and find another location. But I think that maybe a conversation or a workshop would be good for the future to maybe address some long-term needs and address maybe some of those costs that the council's interested in. But I think because of the situation right now and the immediate need, council, mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's further discussion.
No, again, I'm going to stay on this point. I'm disappointed that this is where we got to and that this came before us without any discussion. And this is so
Yeah, I can understand that. When I say it was talked about a long time ago, it was also at the same time was talked, another location for
Right.
soccer fields and ball fields was talked about at the same time. It just hasn't been moved onto that. I hear you.
Still entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to award the bid for the Washington City Cemetery Expansion Project, Phase 3. And what was the amount on that, Glenn?
$334,153.
$334,153 to Royalty Enterprises.
Bundy second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ward nay.
Staley, aye.
That passes 4-1. Thank you. Let's get that on a workshop and discuss future.
Hey, Mayor, on that too, I would certainly like to hear from Barry Blake on that. I know that's kind of been on his watch for plans for cemetery expansion for a number of years. So I appreciate Glenn being there, but I'd also like to hear from Barry during that workshop. I think we're done with that conversation tonight, but
I can just give you just a little bit of insight, just really quick.
I think we're done with that conversation for tonight.
Yeah, we'll get it done another day, Barry. Thanks. Okay, move on to item 10. Police Services, consideration to approve a process for the Washington City Police Department to do commercial vehicle escort service. Chief Williams.
Good evening, council. I'll make this brief. I apologize to Drew for not having anything for him to color while we're going over this. This has just come up recently. We've been asked to do some commercial vehicle escorts in the past, but we haven't really had a formal process. So we're just trying to put a formal process together with some price tags on there in the event that this is a continual pattern for us.
So, Chief, tell me about this. So you are, they're asking, what are they asking you for? They're escorting you just through the city here, up and down I-15? What are we talking about?
No, it would just be through our city and maybe surrounding close by areas. So times past, we've had to help escort some of the school buildings that they've done, the prefab buildings where they'll have to bring them to the school locations and stuff. We've had to help with some escorts with the still yards where they have to take some beams and stuff to a construction site. So local escorts, no, we wouldn't go up the freeway and all that. They'd have to get UHP involved. So
and is this, do they have they don't have private escort services that are doing that, or this requires a lot of road closures, and even if the private companies are out there, you're still having to close roads and be assist.
Right. It's more of just a safety oversight for us. There are certain criteria where they have to be police escorts. I don't know if the ones that we've done in the past met that criteria, or if they just couldn't find escort services to help them.
So would they, yeah, okay. So tell me about the criteria that would require a police escort.
Looking on the UDOT website, anything more than a width of 20 feet or 17 feet and 6 inches high, or a length of 200 feet, that requires police escorts of 3 or more escorts. Sorry, that would be on freeway, so that would not be where we're involved, but it's on the secondary roadways through our city and stuff. Then it'd be a width of 17 feet or greater, height of 17 feet 6 inches, or a length of 200 feet. Would require 3 or more police escorts, or any length greater than 175 feet would require at least 2 police escorts. So wide loads, wide construction materials or structure or anything that way. So
there is a, I'm just trying to get a sense of it, if it's a sense, excuse me, stumbling here, but if this is because there is a lack of private companies to do this, or if this is a supplement to that we would actually be assisting them.
More of a supplement.
So even if a private company was there, you would still be on site and helping to, you're not really closing down roads so much as you are running ahead of the behind.
Right. More supplement when we've done them in the past. That's what it's been, is a supplement to the other escort cars that are helping with that.
So you don't have, Chief Williams, you don't have any additional equipment, or you don't have to put out signs or anything like that. It just kind of, just out in front of whatever's coming along. It's fairly straightforward for you.
It is for us. There is some pre-planning that has to take place before the escort does, but that's usually done by the company that's requesting the escort service.
So Chief Williams, the question I had is, it says school district, and I appreciate that clarification on what the school district used. I hope this fee wouldn't be if we did like a fun escort for the kids after they win something. I'm hoping that includes.
No, it's all from commercial stuff. So
that's what I first thought, and I'm like, wow, we're getting nitpicky if we can't give our kids a escort.
No, they need a fire engine.
Well,
they asked the fire department. We're not as cool.
Your lights blink too, so. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chief.
So really, we're just trying to put in a formal process. This hasn't come up a lot, but we wanted to get something in place just so we can be consistent.
So these fees that are included in the application, the form, it doesn't have to be part of our normal fee schedule, Denise, necessarily. The fees that what's in here is acceptable to do it this way without formalizing it some other way.
It would come back in a fee schedule hearing.
We're bringing
Oh,
it
you will
back
be,
next
okay.
time in case there was any changes or anything that was made to the
Oh, okay.
actual process. So we'll bring it, it'll be on the 24th.
Chief, can you talk to me about how we came up with the fees that we have in there?
We looked at what other agencies are charging for that same service.
Do you cover your costs with these fees?
Yeah, so I believe in the document it talks about kind of a minimum cost. So it would cover the cost that we would accrue. So that would be for the officer equipment. So.
If there's no other comments, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the process for Washington City Police Department to do a commercial vehicle escort service.
Maybe I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Ward, aye.
Lady, aye.
Goat's eye.
Bundy, aye.
Staley, aye.
Okay, anything to report?
Mayor, I do. We are now at the midpoint of this year 2021 legislative session. I'd like to provide a little update, not only for the council and those here, but those that are home that might be listening. There are some very important things that's been happening, and I've chosen 3 bills to address and kind of give some background. One of the main focuses that the legislators have this year is they've identified housing as one of the top 3 priorities for this session. And this is what our legislators say that they've heard and why the bills that they've written are in place, or to be considered. Delayed inspections and review times that drive up housing costs and delay housing inventory. Municipal building fees are driving up costs, and services provided does not match the cost. Municipalities interpret the deadlines differently. Of course, that's in reference to HB 374 last year that mandated timelines for inspections and plan review. Delays for review for minor corrections are not efficient, and staff takes retribution if challenged. The leadership is interested in ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and I'll talk about those again in just a second. And the possibility, and it came to fruition, that they may run legislation or mandating them. And then some cities are just not doing their part to plan for growth. But the one issue out of the session so far that if you can drill it down into a few words is that land use is under siege. HB 98, which deals with plan review. There's continued negotiations. The House supports updated language. The League is currently, their position is opposed to that bill, but updated language, they may change their negotiating. With HB 98, which is one of the big issues this year, the latest update that I saw is that it hadn't moved in the last day. But this has to do with inspections. The big concern that I have is that potentially the same person building could inspect his own home if he were licensed to do that. So that's something that they're trying to iron out. HB 82, this is House leadership's #1 priority. They've made that known. The Senate is actually mixed on this, but the gap is closing. HB 82 deals with ADUs, accessory dwelling units. This is where you'd create kind of a mother-in-law apartment within your own home. The oversight is that it would provide help with affordable housing. The intent is to have affordable space for family members to be able to live without, and get their feet under them and be able to buy their own house. My position is that the city should be able to have that say and say no, to drill down on what we see in our area, which is very specific to our needs. I see ADUs as something that's important, but I think that if it's mandated from the state, that probably won't be beneficial to the city. The position on that again is the same as previous.
Their approach to this. I mean, if really I read through that bill. If their intent is for affordable housing, why would you do it this way?
Yeah.
Why would you overwrite fire and traffic and parking and other? This just makes them look out of touch.
Councilman, and that's exactly why I mentioned it. But they would say in defense to that is that it's dealing with the affordable housing issue.
That seems like a lame retort. This sounds more like a senator up there who's got a problem with his local city and he wants to build a mother-in-law a building in his backyard for the House leadership to jump on this. I mean, if you're going to tackle affordable housing, tackle affordable housing, not these ADUs. This is silliness.
Well, and the big issue with me again with this bill is that it creates a potential for overnight rentals. Because if I were to have, and I actually have a little mini apartment in my house, luckily none of my kids are in there No, I understand, heard me say that, but you know, if you have individual space where you could rent and you could possibly do that, who wouldn't do it? And the problem is once your mother-in-law apartment or your ADU becomes not inhabited by family members, that's where it crosses into the overnight rental status. But I don't want to take all night, so I'm going to move on to the last one, the one that probably most of Southwest Utah is concerned and interested in. That's HB 278. This is the amendment regarding the Dixie State College name change. It passed out of the House Education Committee 12-2. Representative Brad Last added an amendment to the bill that, and I'm just going to read it. It says, to honor the local traditional significance of the name of the institution may refer to the main campus as the Dixie campus. So that was added to the original bill. So in essence, the campus can still be referred to as the Dixie campus, but the name of the college, the way the bill is written right now, Dixie may not be in their main name. Now, this passed out of the House today with a 51-20 vote. So it's now been passed on to the senators or the Congress for their consideration. This addresses the big issues. A lot of the housing bills, they're addressing big issue of not being responded to and builders and developers. And they're saying that cities must do better to address customer service needs and cut the timelines down, that in turn will cut down the overall cost. So
You mean like the LID does?
yeah, something like that. So Mayor, that is I appreciate the time, but I feel like those are three things that we need to keep an eye on. That's HB 98, HB 82, and then Dixie College was HB 278. And with that, Mayor, I am complete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Councilman Staley?
No, thank you, Mayor. No.
Yeah, I'll entertain him. There is a need to go to a closed session to discuss character, professional competence of an individual and discuss potentially pending or potential litigation.
Motion so made.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Councilman Staley, are you going to join us then?
Yes, Jeremy's going to call me on my cell phone. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate working with you.